take a long time. So the other option is you can introduce yourself when you get to system. So that means that if you have nothing to say, please put up your hand and we give you a mic and you introduce yourself. That will also work. So we'll be giving people the mic to introduce themselves and say something about the subject matter. So that's how we are going to be running. Then after that presentation, we have a panel discussion. I will introduce the panelists when they are here, and then we continue running the discussion after the panel presentation. Okay. I think the more important thing that we should really kick off with is to just remember that the SDGs has an important agenda. For civil society, actually, it should be very important. But many of our colleagues it's that important. It's important because when you talk about development, this is the agenda that hold the member states of the United Nations to and say, look, you're not doing anything on these 17 goals, then you better do something. But it's also an important agenda because for countries like Uganda and others, their national development plans have something they can make reference to that has both global but also local relevance. That's the second process for the highest. But I think they are also an important agenda because this is the space where you can discuss many things, both sensitive and insensitive, or both sensitive and where you have differences of perspective. And so that now, of course, we know that Uganda, once again, this is our first time the national voluntary national review, and Pascal will talk about that a lot. But that review is a very, very important also process because it is the opportunity that gives that we get as countries to look at ourselves and say, how are we implementing the SDGs? So that part is also an important. And that report, actually, the voluntary national review, is not a government report. So be very careful. It's not the Uganda government report. It's a Uganda report. A report for Ugandans. And there is a difference. While the government and the SDG Secretariat work on making sure that the report is produced, but when it is presented, the expectation is that the citizens of Uganda have contributed to that report. And that's why I think it's very important that for you as partners, when you have work that is relevant, you should be able to share it so that you are able to enrich that report. You should be able to publish it and share it so that your insights are also part of it. Now, I don't want to be the one to say much more. Here, I'm just setting the scene and welcoming you and encouraging the people who are sitting at the back and the front. You can see the lights are better here at the front. So if you want to be photogenic this morning, please come near the tables near you, and then we shall have an active session. So with that, I think I will now invite the Executive Director of the Uganda National NGO Forum give us his opening remarks or his representative. And then after that, we shall kick off, as I said, the Office of the Prime Minister when they come, they will also give us remarks. So, Chris, over to you. Please give him a hand clap. And that is the ground rule when I'm doing these things. You have to clap for people when they do. Please go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for clarifying that I am the representative of the Executive Director of the International NGO Forum. The ED is out of the country on duty travel, but he's with us, sending updates in real time. All protocols observed. I expected the Prime Minister, so I was very ready to say the Right Honorable Prime Minister. But now, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you so much really for honoring our invitation, and we really thank you for the commitment to join us in this particular meeting. As most of you might recall, in September 2015, the UN member states adopted a new global development agenda, the 2030 agenda, and its 17 sustainable development goals. Since then, the government of Uganda has embraced the goals as a viable framework to ensure that the people of Uganda are free from poverty, hunger, and live peacefully and prosperous lives with dignity. Remarkable progress has been made in an effort to localize the SDGs, integrate the SDGs in the national development frameworks, and we commend the government of Uganda's efforts in doing this. We all acknowledge that civil society in Uganda have been indispensable partners and part of this process. They have provided the much needed framework for citizens and their organizations to engage in this process. They have ensured that the implementation and the localization of the agenda is done more effectively. The 2030 agenda and the CSO core reference group, for example, has worked to ensure that the CSO's contribution to the SDGs is well coordinated and coherent. It is a critical platform to harmonize and amplify citizens' voices in the national, regional, and global processes on the sustainable development issues. Through interventions like the Tondeka Mabega campaign, CSOs have enabled stakeholders to closely interact with citizens at all levels and gain a deeper understanding of their perspectives while boosting the localization and popularization and monitoring processes for SDGs. Just last year, together with the SDG Secretariat, with support from the Royal Danish Embassy, we organized nationwide citizens' SDG festivals and stakeholder engagements to popularize and socialize SDGs among the citizens and key stakeholders across the country. Relatedly, we have also collectively organized the Global Days of Action and convened community dialogues and social media engagements to popularize SDGs amongst the population. Organizations like the Open Space Center continue to implement youth SDG awareness campaigns and programs to bring young people together and provide them with opportunities to take the lead in the popularization of the SDGs. Organizations like the Forum for Women in Democracy, which is represented by Georgia here, lead the Gender Consortium on SDGs to advance gender equality and women empowerment, that is SDG number 5, and ensure that women and girls are not left behind. We know that Save the Children and World Vision have been pivotal in complementing government efforts in the education sector, in the health sector. They even go ahead and build schools and contribute to improving livelihoods of the majority of Ugandans. These are just a few organizations that I can mention, but we all know that there are several initiatives led by civil society organizations that contribute to the achievement of SDGs. Unfortunately, in Uganda, we have observed a gradual erosion of some of the basic associational and expressional freedoms. The past few years have been characterized by significant infractions to civic space and challenges to key organizations working on governance and human rights issues. Negative narratives about civil society have also continued to be pervaded, and these undermine the basic principles of collaboration and partnership envisaged under the goals. It is very important to note that in context of conflict, the Agenda 2030 recognizes that development and peace go hand in hand. This is particularly evident in SDG 16, which aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. The closing down of civic space affects all sustainable development goals, posing particularly serious challenges to Goal 16, given its ambition to achieve peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. This creates a very strong imperative for all stakeholders, government and non-government organizations, to intensify their efforts and investment to advance the implementation of Goal 16. On our part, as civil society organization and as a sector, as evidenced by our presence here, we are committed to contributing to the government's efforts to achieve the SDGs and particularly contribute to the national voluntary review process. This particular process provides an opportunity for us as a country to assess the progress we have made as a country, to document the key innovations and best practices, and reflect on the challenges that are still pertaining. Hopefully, this meeting contributes to the evidence and database on the SDGs and mobilize stakeholders to support and partnerships for the implementation of SDGs, particularly through the VNR process. As a collective, we will continue to look for ways in which we can position ourselves to make meaningful contribution. We will continue to innovate and share good practices at the grassroots level, develop innovative approaches for strengthening government transparency and accountability on SDGs, and rebuild trust between the citizens and the government of Uganda. More specifically for this particular process, we will generate additional data and produce thematic papers to inform the ongoing voluntary national review process. And we've had internal meetings with civil society before, convening this dialogue between civil society and government. And this is something that we agreed to, that we will actually produce thematic papers and produce alternative or additional data sets. In the next couple of weeks, we will also be convening a series of citizens' consultations and stakeholder engagements across the country as part of the process of generating citizens' voices to inform the VNR process and roadmap. This platform provides us an opportunity to find mechanisms that allow us to contribute harmoniously and meaningfully, and would like to really thank the SDG Secretariat and the Office of the Prime Minister for agreeing to co-convene this particular dialogue. We are proud of the partnership that we've had with you over the years and look forward to mutually beneficial and collaborative relationship as we build for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris, for those good words. He has said many things. I was told that we need to stand on this side because the people with cameras have reasons for doing things. When they put a podium, you must use it. So that is very helpful. Thank you very much for the comments. But one announcement before we continue. They hid it behind here. Am I allowed to move it? There is a banner here. Emma, if you can move it. This banner here has a QR code. How do we translate a QR code? QR code is this thing here. Is this thing here. When you point your phone on it, it will go to a website. So what I'm saying that it has a QR code, and that QR code is for a website for those who would like to participate online. That website has got a few questions that you can answer, and you are able to participate in the voluntary national review online. It's a survey to help us to include as many people as possible. Unfortunately, they will still have to have smartphones. So we apologize if you have no smartphone. There is no QR code for Kabiriti. That's the only challenge. But if you have a smartphone, you can now use that to participate in the website. But you can also use it to get to that website and share it with other people who would like to participate in the VNR survey. The VNR survey is also contributing to the VNR for Uganda for this year. And it's a very, very helpful way to get views from those who may not be able to come to Mistil, who may have other things that they are doing but still want to engage with this. There are other banners at the front, at the entrance, so you can use those ones. So now that we have finished with those opening remarks, as I promised, there will be one other set of opening remarks that will be read by the representative of the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister herself when she turns up, and also the head of the SDG Secretariat when he comes. But what we want to do is, of course, to use all our time profitably So we are now going to invite our colleague Pascal Biarugaba is from the SDG Secretariat, and he will be giving us the presentation for this morning, the main presentation for this morning. Thank you, Pascal. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pascal. The ambassador is saying yes. That's very good. You are almost welcome. Before I learned English, I used to think they say you are almost welcome. Yes, that's when before I learned some English. First of all, we want to convey our apologies. We came in a bit late. Apologies, and Chris even promised that these apologies will be written in the outcome document for this meeting, and which they're going to share with us. So please, and we have accepted that those apologies should be documented, but we also apologize that our chief guest, as of now, we are not yet sure if she will come as of now. So something can happen, so we keep our fingers crossed. But all the same, we are here to deliver on our mandate. And I also take the opportunity to thank the NGO Forum for convening, preparing, coordinating and convening this meeting, and also financing this meeting. Chris, I don't know if some of your partners in terms of finances are also here. That's your job, you'll do it, because me, I know it is NGO Forum that has organized this meeting. So we thank you, NGO Forum, for convening this meeting and supporting and financing this meeting. We also thank each one of you in your different capacities, your different institutions, for coming up and giving us your time this morning, today, to ensure that we put our brains together and we have the best third voluntary national review report for Uganda. And like Richard said, this is a Uganda report. I don't know if there is any one of us who is not a Ugandan. You could be an expatriate from somewhere, but the moment you're here, you're working with us, then you're Ugandan. Therefore, your views are equally very important, and they must be considered in this VNR. I came with a team from the SDG Secretariat. I see Ali Kakembo and Onesimus. Onesimus can see me. When you call him Onesimus, he doesn't become happy. Onesimus can see me. I don't know where he is. Yes. Thanks. So I'm going to give us a presentation just summarizing the progress of SDGs, giving that bigger picture. How is the outlook like? Where are we? What have we been able to do? And then I also quickly highlight about the VNR. What have we done so far? What do we intend to do, and how do we intend to do it, and in which time frame? And largely, how do we plan to engage you as one of the biggest and most important constituency when it comes to SDG implementation and localization. Andrew, the shim. So, why am I supposed to read here now? Since my maybe you give me the microphone. Because I'm supposed to stand here. My laptop. Thanks very much, Andrew. So this background is not new to any one of us. It's a background we all know, but usually some of you are Christians. That's why some of the Bible verses are usually repeated. You'll go in Christmas and the same verse that you read last year, they read it this year during Christmas. So for emphasis and for reminder. This is the agenda that was adopted globally, and all of us are subscribing to this agenda because Uganda is one of the signatory members, one of the UN member states, and therefore it is part and parcel of what we do as the government of Uganda and all of us stakeholders that contribute to Uganda's development through different interventions. And this agenda, it was basically adopted to address the social, economic, and environmental challenges that were perceived to be prevailing at the time. That is in 2015, after the MDGs. I think all of us know about the MDGs. I don't know if there is anyone who was born around 2014 that they are not aware. But yes, the MDGs were 8 in number, and they were implemented from 2000 to 2015. So before the adoption of the 2030 agenda with the 17 associated goals, of course there was a review, a global review to see how the world had implemented the MDGs. And there was consensus that there was minimal progress that had been made in the implementation of the MDGs and therefore their achievement. And the consensus again was that the MDGs, when they were adopted in 2000, whereas they could also be referred as a global agenda, but they literally were so much focusing on the developing economies, countries like Uganda, and therefore they had less to do with the developed economies. And that is the difference between the MDGs and the SDGs. That the SDGs, it is a global agenda, and all countries or all member states are accountable to these SDGs, which was not the case with the MDGs. Then the other aspect that was found out was that there was limited attention to the climate agenda. You recall in MDGs, goal number 7 was about the environment, but that one goal was encompassing issues of environment, issues of climate change, issues of water and sanitation. But you will see that in the SDGs, we have goals 12 to 15, all of them are about climate change. Goal 6 on water and sanitation, on climate change. Even somehow goal number 7 on access to clean and sustainable energy. So you can see that in the SDGs, there was the agreement that the world needed to come together to address issues of climate change, and seriously. And then lastly, the agreement also was that the MDGs were a few. And because this global agenda, when it is being adopted, for instance, if you read the papers that informed the drafting of the MDGs and the SDGs, it is usually a consensus. When the Secretary General makes a report to the UN member states during the General Assembly, will say, this is what we need to do to address the issues of poverty, conflict, and also climate change. And the consensus in 2000 was that the 8 goals, the hypothesis was that through the 8 goals that had been adopted, it would be enough, or they would be enough for them to address the issues of poverty, issues of peace and stability, issues of climate change. But that then didn't happen. So when that review was done in 2014, at the end of the MDGs, the new agreement was that we needed to have more scalable goals, which are in a position to tackle the different aspects of poverty and different aspects of socio-economic development. And that's why we now have so many goals, from 8 to 17 currently. In 2015, after the adoption of the SDGs, the government of Uganda came up with what we call the SDG roadmap. This SDG roadmap was basically spelling out ways in which government and its partners in Uganda would address issues of SDG localization, issues of SDG integration into the national development frameworks, issues of data production, monitoring, and reporting on the SDGs. And that roadmap, unfortunately, it was a bit shorter from 2016 to 2018. So at the end of 2018, we developed a new roadmap, which is the 2021-2025. But that roadmap, we only developed it after the establishment of the Secretariat, because some of you might now be wondering why 2018, then 2021. So that's the gap. But this roadmap basically describes in principally what the government and partners should be doing when it comes to SDG localization in the aspects, one, of ensuring that our national development plan is reflective of the SDGs. So at the time of the adoption of this agenda, by that time Uganda was implementing the National Development Plan 2, and the analysis by then, which was conducted early 2016, showed that NDP 2 was aligned to the SDGs by 70%. What that means is that, for instance, when you look at the SDG indicators, at that time, in the National Standard Indicator Framework, only 70% of the indicators could be associated with the different ministries, departments, and agencies of government. The rest of the indicators were not. So that was one of the parameters. But then, too, this roadmap is also to ensure that Ministry of Finance, for instance, the ministry responsible for financing development in Uganda, is also aligning the financing to the SDGs. The SDGs have, of course, different principles. So, for instance, when that is being done, it's done through many frameworks. For instance, some of you heard about the gender compliance certificate, where ministries or government institutions and local governments must showcase how they have aligned their interventions to gender equality, for instance. So that's one of the aspects Minister of Finance will rely on. And recently, also NPA has also adopted the alignment of the development frameworks and plans for the different MDAs and local governments to the SDGs. So there is now an SDG compliance framework, or a compliance certificate, which must be issued for Minister of Finance to release resources to these ministries. Then the other working group or key component of the roadmap was the data, because the SDGs have very many indicators, and these must be incorporated into the National Standard Indicator Framework, and the institution responsible is Uganda Bureau of Statistics. One, to ensure that the MDAs responsible for the different indicators do not necessarily need or require separate funding for them to be in a position to produce data on the SDGs. What that means is that if UBOS, for instance, is developing a compendium of indicators which MDAs have to use to report on NDP3, those indicators must include the SDG indicators. So you don't have to have a framework for NDP3, 4,700 indicators, and then you again come with additional indicators and say these are additional indicators specifically for SDGs. So there must be that complementarity and cohesion in terms of monitoring and reporting and data production. Then the other one was on popularization and the resource and the communication for SDGs, that people must be aware. And want to thank the CSOs, the NGOs that are represented here and others that are not, that have been very, very supportive in SDG localization. We know you people, you have been doing a great job in terms of SDG localization, and that is very important because, like Richard had said, the SDGs are not for government, the SDGs are ours. And therefore, you are doing your job, but also definitely complementing what government is doing. So basically, the roadmap looks at that. Then lastly, it also details or defines what then do we need to do to coordinate, monitor, and report on these SDGs. How do we work with the different partners? What will be the role and responsibilities of the different stakeholders? And then how do we monitor and report? Because one of the 5 principles of the 2030 agenda is accountability. I know we only know, some of us only know about the LNOB, the leaving no one behind principle. But the 2030 agenda has 5 principles. So one of them is accountability, that all the member states are accountable to each other, and they must voluntarily assess themselves through the Voluntary National Review Report and submit this report to the High-Level Political Forum in July every year in New York. So in summary, in 2015, this agenda was adopted. In 2016, we did our first VNR, which at that time was called the Preparedness Report. At that time, because the agenda had been adopted in 2015, all member states were basically requested to, prepare reports, VNRs, the first VNRs in the 2030 agenda. And so for Uganda, we prepared a report which we called Uganda's Preparedness for SDG Implementation. So what this meant is that because the agenda had just been adopted, we could not make a report where we are assessing ourselves on how far we've progressed. But it was meant to showcase how prepared we were to integrate these SDGs, onboard them and make them our own and localize them and implement them. So basically that's what was done. And then there was also NDP mapping, which I talked about, which showed the alignment at the time of the SDGs with the National Development Plan 2. And most importantly, at that time, we had only 41 indicators that had data out of 232 indicators. At the time, there were still 232. And that is also the time the 5 technical working groups I was talking about were formed. One on planning and mainstreaming, chaired by NPA, another one on finance and resource mobilization, chaired by Ministry of Finance, another one chaired communication and popularization, chaired by Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, another one on data, chaired by Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and last one, coordination, monitoring and reporting, chaired by the Office of the Prime Minister. Then in 2018, now, when this was done, when you look at these 5 working groups, when that was done, the thinking was that there should be cohesion and seamless implementation and coordination of the SDGs in terms of partners coming together and working with government, because we honestly appreciate how the development partners, one, want the government to be at the front seat to coordinate all these aspects, but also working and bringing on board the other non-state actors, the CSOs, the private sector, UN, and other development partners. So the thinking was that with those 5 technical working groups, there should have been seamless implementation of these SDGs and coordination. But unfortunately, that didn't happen until in 2018, when the Auditor General conducted an implementation audit. Because these 5 working groups, the SDG coordination framework in 2016 was a cabinet resolution where a cabinet paper was presented by the Office of the Prime Minister. They presented to cabinet and they said, this is how we propose to coordinate SDGs in Uganda. And the cabinet said, okay, yes. So, and because that was a cabinet resolution, therefore it becomes auditable to find out if this was a cabinet resolution, what has happened so far. So that happened in 2018 by the Office of the Auditor General. And unfortunately, there was not much that had been done. And that is how the Secretariat was established, because he recommended to Cabinet that there was a need to establish a dedicated office to support in the coordination of the SDGs in Uganda. So basically that is how the Secretariat now in 2019 was established at Clementi Road Postal Building. That is the old building of the Office of the Prime Minister. And at that time, we then had 92 SDG indicators. So we improved from 41 to 92, and also piloted the voluntary local reviews. I know some of you have heard about voluntary local reviews. I've seen my friend from SECOA, Patrick. Yes. They have also been trying to do voluntary local reviews in Karamoja and SDG localization. So Uganda was among the first 4 countries to pilot this approach. And this approach is a globally adopted approach, and we would want to have more CSOs supporting this approach because it is very important. And why it was adopted is because the General Assembly realized that there is limited participation of local governments in this I don't know if, Chris, you invited any local government leaders here. Yes, they are not here, yet the CSOs, you work in local governments. So this is basically this is where it came from. So the thinking and the agreement was that in the VNR, even when you look at our first VNR and the second VNR in 2020, there is not much, even when you read our SDG progress reports, which we author every year, there is not much about like local governments. Why? Because these SDG indicators are at an outcome level, and therefore when you're doing analysis and drafting a report, you find yourself writing about national issues because the way the indicators are dictated. So there was an agreement that we need to start conducting voluntary local reviews by local governments. So the way Uganda does the VNR, which we are now doing, the local government should also be supported to do VNRs. So Uganda was chosen among the first 4 countries, that is in addition to Ghana, Cameroon, and Zimbabwe. And then in 2020, we did our second VNR. Unfortunately, that was the time of COVID, you remember, but that was also a vigorous process. And we thank the NGO forum at the time. Richard was the ED, and he really supported us to undertake this exercise to bring on board in all ways possible at the time, because we were in lockdown, and our report was presented also online or virtually. But we did our best to produce a very good report, and it is also accessible. And we have so many lessons we are learning from this report to the third VNR. And at the time, that is when we're also starting the process of NDP3, which is 2021 to 2025. And why this document is here is because we also ensured that we moved from the 70% alignment, which was in NDP2, to now over 90% alignment. For NDP4 now, we are looking at having 100% alignment. What this alignment means basically is if you have one parameter we use to assess the alignment is, for instance, on the SDG indicators, because we still have challenges of, for instance, MDAs not owning up these indicators. Yet they have resources to implement programs and interventions that could be directly and indirectly producing results on these indicators. So we are ensuring that there is that proper alignment and 100% alignment. But then at that time, we also started the different engagements with local governments to popularize these SDGs. We know the CSOs, you have done a very great job in localizing these SDGs, but we have also not been seated at the Secretariat. We have ensured that we have reached out to the different local governments to tell them that this is your agenda. This agenda is not for the office of the Prime Minister, it is not for NGO Forum, it is your agenda. Because sometimes you would reach there and they are telling you, we don't have money to implement SDGs. Yes, we know. In terms of not having enough resources to implement your district development plan, you're right. But in terms of having money, if you're saying you want to implement activities on SDGs, you're wrong. So we tell them your district development plan is one aligned to the NDP3, which NDP3 is already aligned to the SDGs. So implement these activities well knowing that you're implementing the SDGs. In 2021, that's when we had the other roadmap. We also produced our SDG progress reports 2021, and we now moved then to 119 indicators, which is a good progress. Increasing this number of indicators from 41, it is a huge task. It involves a lot of activities, a lot of compliance issues, a lot of understanding of the SDG metadata as defined by the expert group that came up with these indicators and later on defined them. Some definitions are not applicable to your context, so you have to have MDAs, understand and appreciate them. So it's not an easy task, and then some indicators sometimes require even a lot of resources to have data, just a data point, to have a proportion of something. You have to have resources, so you have to go through Ministry of Finance, lobby the Ministry of Finance to allocate resources to that ministry. So you can see, but we are progressing well. And for your information, it is only Uganda in the whole of Africa that is having many indicators with data points. We are now at 135, and the next one is Ghana and Rwanda. So we are leading on the data aspects. We are doing very well. Whereas we still, of course, have different challenges. Then in 2022, 2022, we decided to start to initiate a platform on which would help us to mobilize different stakeholders to come together and put our minds together and reflect on how we've implemented SDGs together, reflect on the challenges and so on. But also it was informed by the fact that at a global level, there is a high-level political forum, which is a global SDG conference, where all member states and all stakeholders go and attend and participate. But at an African level, we also have the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, which is also an annual event. And all continents globally are supposed to prepare this forum. So in Africa, it is usually hosted by UNECA, and it brings together the different countries that are preparing to do VNRs, for instance, this year, but also as a continent to develop what you would call position papers. That as Africa, as a continent, what is our view and stake and position when it comes to issues of employment, technology, climate change, and so on. So usually, it is a forum that we use as a continent to develop those position papers, which position papers are presented during the high-level political forum. So we also thought then, how do we mobilize our national stakeholders to keep us together in this journey up to 2030? So that's how we initiated the idea of the SDG conference. So in 2022, we had our first SDG conference, and last year we had our second one. Chris talked about the SDG festivals financed by the Danish Embassy. And we want to thank all of you, the CSOs and all the partners that were part of us last year when we were organizing this SDG regional festivals and forums and the national festival and later on the national conference. Because it is the people that make the event an event. So we thank you. And we also promise you that there is an upcoming conference this year. You might be asking why we have not communicated, but some of you that have looked at our VNR roadmap, there's an SDG conference. But also this time, we've gathered a lot of experience, so we are no longer trembling like we used to do before in terms of preparations, tools to use, and many other aspects. So last year, of course, we had our second conference, and that is last year, not last year, 2023, we had our second conference, and it was bigger than 2022. So we hope this time we can also make it bigger than 2023. And like I had said, we are now at 135. So we have also done other engagements, IRCU. I have seen James Mukwaya here from Interreligious Council of Uganda, because that is a very, very important constituency as well, because they also have local presence, like the CSOs we usually say we have local presence. Even these churches, the mosques, they also have local presence, and they are an important constituency. But we have also reached out to the parliament through the parliamentary forum on the SDGs, the CSOs. We have, I want to maybe Richard will answer this or make a comment, but I think our relationship with the CSOs in the aspects of SDGs coordination, I think we have honestly kept improving and doing better. That is our personal view. If you did an exit interview and you asked me, in the last 5 years, I think we have continuously improved in the aspects of SDG coordination. The other aspects, I am not sure. So, that was like a Rugambo. So, Rugambo is I don't know how Rugambo, it is just like that. Yes. So where are we now in terms of how do we measure ourselves? By 2030, are we likely to be there? So here we've decided not to present goal by goal because we have these reports available, but we just wanted to show you that the progress is as you know it. Yes, I don't want to start saying the progress is not known. The progress is known. When you look at the aspects of, because we use the parameters that are known. SDG 1 on poverty, even if you were to look at that one indicator, 1.1.1, proportion of Ugandans living below poverty line. And poverty line, by the definition of World Bank, is 1.9 something dollars, but for us we are still at $1, 1 point something dollars as Uganda. And we are saying we are still at 20.3%. That's a big number. That 20 people out of 100 are still below, are earning. The indicator, the definition of that indicator is income every day. It also has its own connotations, because the developing countries like Uganda, we are saying, the World Bank says income. That's an income indicator. But I might not have that income every day, but I have land. I have a house. Of course, now that will also come with a definition, what kind of a house. But in terms of our context, you are like, the person has 2 acres and you are saying they are poor. Someone in Finland doesn't even own a cup of soil, and they are, you know. But because the indicator is looking at income on a daily basis, so basically that is it. When you look at SDG 2 on hunger, we know where we are. We know the narrative. Leave alone the data, but we know the narrative. On SDG 3 on health, yes, we are doing quite a bit well. Statistically, when you look at, for instance, the 26 indicators on SDG 3, which are tell you 20 have data, and there is definitely progress. Now, the recent Uganda Demographic Health Survey, you see how we have progressed in terms of different indicators on life expectancy. It is going up, maternal mortality is going down, child mortality, we are on progress. So someone will urge that we are actually doing well. But unfortunately, we are not doing well, maybe compared to other countries now, unfortunately. Maybe we are not doing well practically when you go to these health centers. Medicine is there, health centers there, health workers comfortable, is the doctor-nurse patient ratio okay? So those aspects, when you go to that, then you find you are not doing well. On education, the same story, retention rates, enrollment rates, and the quality of education. Quality of education in terms of practicability. When we are doing these analyses in the SDG progress report, we are like, okay, by indicator, maybe we are doing well. But why then should we see, for instance, government investing a lot of money in skilling? If this child has studied from primary 7 to senior 4, senior 6 university, and then the government is also now spending a lot of resources in ensuring that these students or graduates are skilled. And then, so that maybe brings a thinking or an idea of, so maybe there is a misalignment between the real world and what we are actually teaching, you know? So in those aspects you find then we are not doing well, you know? On SDG 5, forward I think we'll say, we are doing well on SDG 5. I think all of us are in agreement. By just representation and leadership, maybe on that we are doing well, but maybe we are not doing well in other aspects of gender-based violence and the other parameters. On water and sanitation, Minister of Water, they were telling us they have released the report, the annual performance report of the program, and they are saying we are doing well. Of course, by sanitation and the water coverage indicators, we are possibly doing well. But then in some other countries, unfortunately, clean water and access to clean water is measured by, for them they are no longer using a pit latrine. They will come here and they say now a pit latrine, honestly. It is not even in the definition of this indicator we mean of sanitation. You know, for them they are referring to waterborne toilets. Maybe we are not yet there, but some countries have even gone to an extent of, some of you that have been to these countries, like in Arab countries and these other developed countries, you find water, drinking water is on main roads. You can access clean drinking water on a tap, on a roadside, you know? So that's how countries have reached. But from the history and where we have come from, we are doing well. Comparing to other countries, we are not doing well, you know? We need to compare ourselves with other countries, and it's very important because we are living in the same village, for starters. And then lastly, we are also created on the same day. So why should European countries and America be where they are and for us we are comfortable, and we are saying, you see, we have had our history, and we go into a comfort zone. So yes, we are doing well, but we were created on the same day America was created. So why are we where we are? So it means we need to fast track our efforts, and that's why comparison is very, very important. And all those other indicators, what are rather clean energy. So that's why I was saying we all know the picture. You know, on SDG 15, someone will say we are doing well because in terms of reforestation programs the government has put in, but someone will tell you in 1990, the forest coverage in Uganda was 22%. By 2019, we were at 9%. Now it has moved to 12%. You know what that means. So it is a disaster. You know, our land reforms, when it comes to like SDG number 11 on urban settlements and sustainable cities, you know we are not doing well. You see how our city is. I don't know if some of you are comfortable, but I think we are generally not comfortable in terms of the traffic jam, in terms of organization. You guys, they are saying, SDG 3 is saying we should stay healthy. You need to walk in the evening, but you can't walk because there is no walkway. You know, you have all these cities in Imbare. When you go there, I don't know if they have these mayor's gardens are real mayor's gardens. Do you have a resting place in those cities? So there are many things that are not in order. You know, and even urban development, you find you have a physical plan for a city, but someone builds a house and they kill the road that is going through that estate, and they just leave just a road for a motorcycle, but it's a big estate. And so many things are not going right. And when we are thinking all about these things, you need to ask yourself, what is your role? You know, as a citizen, what is your role, and what have you done right, and what have you done wrong, and how can you correct it? Because sometimes we are in these conference rooms speaking, things are not right, but you are one of the cause authors. In public health, there is the public health law. There is author of a nuisance. You find you are also an author of a nuisance, but you are here complaining in the meeting. You have not planted any single tree. You have not done anything, and you are so much concerned about climate change. You know? So these things, when it comes to SDG localization, I know all of us are passionate, but let's do the things we consider too simple are the real SDGs. You know, are the real SDGs. So in the whole of 2013, you never planted a tree. For you are in Kampala, you come from Butareja. Butareja is very dry. You have a lot of land there for the clan. The land is just empty. No single tree. But you are saying now there is a lot of flooding in Butareja. Okay, why shouldn't it happen? You are in Kampala, in AC here, in Mestir. So please, let's do those simple actions, because these are the real SDGs. For I know you have been in those countries. You be on those streets, you feel like, okay, Ania Toroga. For the Arsenal supporters, you say, Ania Yaroga Arsenal. You know? So you like what you are seeing there. But these things, we don't even want to do them. You can't even plant a tree in your own house. I mean, rather home. But you want to live around Kororo where there are trees. But you don't want to plant a tree at your own home. So I am a bit passionate about that SDG. So basically that is a picture. You know, you have been reading this. We are not doing very well. We are only being smarter to say we are stagnating. You know, those are the terms we are using. But things are not well. In terms of when we compare with other countries. They are well based on our history. But in terms of where the world is going, and the speed at which we are moving, we are not doing well. That I can guarantee you, and no one should deceive you. So, but with this, you see we are some stagnation, as if there is no stagnation. Stagnation is real, so we need to move very, very fast. But it's also important to note that according to the Sustainable Development Solutions Network report of 2023, it indicates that Uganda is more than 50% on track to achieving SDGs by 2030. By those SDGs, when you look at the indicators, we are basically doing well. But when you come down practically, we are actually not doing very well. And now this is for consolation. That's why now on the second slide we are now comparing ourselves that among the 52 African countries we are scoring 55%, but we know our problems, you know. And I know it's going to be a panel discussion. These issues must come out, you know, as the CSOs, what are the things you are not doing right, you know. In terms of coordination, we are being ranked in the 6th position after those countries regarding the government's commitment on how we are coordinating the SDG implementation. This I will jump, the VNR. The VNR, Richard talked about it. I don't want to say much, but it is one report that feeds into or responds to the issue, the principle of accountability. I said there are 5 principles. So the issue of accountability, so we must be accountable and we must be producing a VNR report, not every year, but the aspect here is voluntary. So the Secretary General doesn't write to the President of Uganda telling him or asking him, you man, you are a member, but you are not submitting a report. What is happening in Uganda? No, this is voluntary. So those are some of the aspects as CSOs you must understand. So by 2030, we should be authoring other reports. So don't be shy to come to us and you keep asking us. We produced a report in 2024. When is the next one? Because this is a Uganda report, not a government of Uganda report. So you must also be concerned that we produce this report. So it's self-driven and country-driven. I know there is a website for the High-Level Political Forum. All this information is there. I think all of us have seen it, but the High-Level Political Forum, for purposes of knowledge, like I said, it is a global conference on the SDGs, but they decided to use that term, High-Level Political Forum. For Africa, it is Africa Regional Forum. For Uganda, it is the SDG conference. So it usually takes place in July, and this year it will be taking place on those dates. And I think all of us are invited to participate, so long as you have resources to participate. I think that is the only shortcut. I know there are issues of visa to the US. It is very complicated, but the starting point is the willingness and the resources. Usually, in this high-level political forum, there is what we call the ministerial segments, where the ministerial segments is where they adopt position papers. The discussion that has been taking place from for instance, 8th of July to, let's say, 14th of July. So the ministerial segment is where those position papers, the papers that were adopted in the regional conferences of the continents are usually adopted. There are usually also side events and special meetings. This information is not yet available. I think maybe by end of April it will be available, and it would be good for you to organize these side events with us together, because some of you that have been in these meetings, high-level meetings, you reach in New York and you are organizing a side event as Faode, and then you are even struggling to find participants. You know, even the government, we find you are struggling to you know, you have the panelists, but you need participants to do. So when we converge and synergize together, I think we can have better organized side events, you know. So these are the countries that will be presenting their VNRs, including Uganda. That's just for information. Now, the SDGs under review is that in the 2024 VNR, like I had said, we are now at 135 indicators with data, and we hope that our VNR report will be informed by those indicators. We usually like using the indicators because it's the basis of comparison, how you're doing in comparison with Saudi Arabia, with Rwanda, and so on. But we know that usually the scope of the VNR is that we look at all the sectors, whereas the SDGs under review are only 5 this year. But you cannot write about poverty or present a narrative for Uganda on poverty without talking about other SDGs. So that's why when you're developing a VNR, whereas the guidance is these are the SDGs of focus this year, but you find yourself, of course, writing about all the other SDGs. And we also ensure that this process is very inclusive. So we would want to the to explore all the means possible to ensure that all the stakeholders participate. And participation of stakeholders is in many ways. We are going to receive an outcome document from this meeting, which we shall definitely incorporate into the VNR. But it's also very important that people know that actually Uganda is preparing a VNR. It is very important. Information is power. Because some of those are young people. Tomorrow they will be asked during interviews. So we are ensuring that we create awareness as much as possible about this VNR for purposes of tomorrow's generation and participation of the different stakeholders. So these are basically the SDGs under review. These 7 they are targets. Under that very SDG, 12 are the indicators with data for that, for those different SDGs. So we shall be having SDG 1 on poverty, SDG 2 on zero hunger. We shall also be having climate action on SDG 13, SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and then SDG number 17 on partnerships, which is a constant every year. So preparation of this report, the VNR, is being guided by the handbook that was issued to all member states to see how this VNR process can be engaging and consultative. And the most important aspect here is that this VNR we must consult stakeholders and include everybody. This is the roadmap, but I just go to, for instance, Feb and April, where we are having consultations, for instance, today with the CSOs. We are also supposed to have a video documentation, and we shall request Chris and team to give us, if it is possible, to give us a video of this meeting, but also photos to include in our documentation, but also our report, because in the report we have a chapter on the review process and methodology for the VNR development. Then in April, what is also very important is that we shall be submitting key messages because we are required as part of the submission of the VNR to summarize our report in 700 words, and these key messages are supposed to be submitted on 24th of April, and we hope that you people will also give your input. The 700 words are very few, but that's why we also became smart and said, out of this meeting, you submit to us 1,500 words, to include. So we shall pick something to put in our key messages. I will jump all this and come here. The VNR e-platform, we have come up with an e-platform which Richard was talking about, and we expect all of us to go in and give our views, but also populate this platform to all our social media platforms, Twitter and WhatsApp groups and Facebook, to ensure that people give us their views. So please populate this site. In 2020, we used the same site, and we had about 23,000 responses. So we hope now this time we can reach 50,000 responses. Next steps. Andrew, okay. We are looking at completion of this VNR, but very important for you to note that we would want to incorporate these outcomes, so ensure you give us those outcomes from this meeting and all the other consultations that you have prepared. I know you prepared the schedule, which NGO Forum shared with us, but we have requested Chris to give us now the dates. When is for the planning to do which event, which consultation, where, and then see where we can participate. Then number 2, preparatory meetings, and this is very important, and we leave this to, of course, NGO Forum to ensure that whoever is going, because our mission is concerned in New York, that they want to welcome all of us, but sometimes they don't know who is coming, so they cannot easily prepare to host us very well. So it is very important that the delegation for Uganda is submitted through the Foreign Affairs. Whereas Foreign Affairs is not giving guarantee on visas, government is no longer doing that, and I know that is where the contentious issue is. But on the delegation, in terms of you getting a pass card for the UN when you reach in New York, so all these meetings have to start and to be coordinated by NGO forum so that we go as a team, you know, and then planning for the high-level meetings and the side events, like I had said. If you're planning for all the side events, it would be very, very important for us as the Uganda delegation to know who is planning what, so then we can support each other and create synergy. So I thank you very much. I know I've taken a lot of time, Mr. Moderator, but I had no choice. Thank you very much.
We want to, please clap again, because he has done a good job. And thank you very much, Pascal. Now, I think we need a breather. Pascal had how many slides? 38, 88, 30. They felt like 88, but they were very helpful and very informative and very detailed. So maybe before we actually even go into the panel, let's see if you have, anybody has some quick comments, reactions, anything you would like to say, to ask. Yes, there are hands. Emma is the best man in terms of microphone distribution. So he will start from this side. On this table, there is one, and then David. But you know, I was told that you have to choose 2 women and 2 men. 2 women and that was Georgia who told me that. So I can't go against that. So if you are the second man, then you look for another woman to take the microphone. So the first man, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you, Pascal, for that, those highlights, where we are coming from and where we are. My name is Richard Mugenyi. I work with Reproductive Health Uganda. And when it's a comment, and I was just wondering, as Pascal was presenting, of course, we have achieved a lot as a country, like you've said, but also there are those SDGs that were indicators that we are not doing well. And for me, I was wondering, even some of the indicators that we are doing well, we've put in effort, government is investing in them, but sometimes you feel maybe where we are achieving, we are making progress, sometimes you feel it's accidental. And you feel that we need to do, there are things last week we had a meeting, and there was a Kenyan colleague. As we are moving, he was seeing trucks of charcoal, and he was asking, is there any regulations in Uganda, or people can burn charcoal the way they want and move the way they want? I said, hey, it's interesting. Of course, now we are supposed to have, we are supposed to sustain our forests that's under SDG 15. But many times we see charcoal burning, and we are, I wouldn't want to say we are doing nothing, but we are not doing enough. And you feel like maybe what we are achieving, is it accidental? Can't we do something to make sure that we stop that, something as simple as government? And for me, I'm wondering, what can the Secretariat, how can the Secretariat work with the concerned parties, especially government, and of course even all of us, to make sure that we sustain our forests? And 2, of course, and again, under health, I come from the health sector.
Okay.
One of the indicators that we failed to attain, we failed to make progress is teenage pregnancy, and of course even the high fertility. But again, when the ministry concerned try to come up with solutions, there are many people who are fighting that. So, can't we do more than what we are doing right now to make sure that we make more progress, so that we don't just, again, even SDG 5, same thing, gender equality. I think we may need to do, and the Secretariat, maybe I don't know how we can work together and make sure that government does what it's supposed to do. Thank you.
Okay. So that's not a very good example of how long the submission should be. So I'm going to ask you to try and keep them short. So I'll take Kaganga also has a way of talking for a long time, but I've warned him that he has to talk for a short time. And then I'll go to the lady behind on the next table.
Thank you so much, Kaganga John, working with Chikandwa Environmental Association based in Mitiana District. First of all, I'm like also you, that I also participated in the formulation of the SDGs in 2012 in the UK. And it was just 20 civil society organizations who represented the global world, but I was lucky to be among them. Therefore, I have done some good work at the ground, and I have publicized and localized the SDG. Therefore, I would request you people who are organizing this to come and do see the good thing. Mr. Sawachiranga visited our community, but now when you visit, you will see by the eyes, will just tell you that there is a very great difference. Having said so, I would like to know how, because I have been following SDGs in all dimensions, but I would like to know, apart from Angola district, is there any other district which have been carrying out local review, voluntary local review? I would like to know that. Okay. Then, as I'm concluding, I would like also to know why sometimes we concentrate on literature review rather than going to the grassroots and see what is happening. But I can conclude by saying we are so grateful to have invited us to this meeting, especially we people at the grassroots. Continue with that spirit.
Thank you very much. John Kaganga, you have to visit his community. It's very phenomenal. At least I can attest to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Carol Bunga Idembe and representing Action for Development, ACFOD. My issue, thank you for the data and exposition, but I realize there is a knowledge gap because we need to be intentional. One, the data that is gathered by government does not necessarily trickle down from the CSOs. And I want to recommend that as we are renewing our permits with the NGO Bureau, we submit our reports. And I think that's where the SDG Secretariat would be able to pick that information and triangulate that information so that we have a very realistic picture of what we are submitting as a country. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Is there another lady? There are two slots. Yes, there is a lady here, and then we shall go to the gentleman at the back. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monica Basemera. I'm from Team Up Uganda. My question is on the stagnation of some of the SDG goals. You talked about partnerships, which is very surprising that we're stagnating in that fora. Is there any way we can get an expansion on that? Because for Team Up, this is a critical SDG.
Thank you. Yes, there is a hand at the back there. Looks like the people on that side haven't decided if they have. Okay. Right there, yes, then I'll come to the front.
Thank you very much, OPM and SDG Secretariat, for fostering our participation in the SDGs processes. My name is David Nangosi. I work for National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, NUDIP, and I'm very happy to have learned this morning about the stagnation of the various SDGs. It is one of the areas that I came with an open mind to learn from this meeting today. The other second area that I came with an open mind to learn is SDGs basically were intended to leave no one behind, beginning with the farthest excluded. And this relates to addressing the various levels of marginalization. I am tempted, therefore, to ask that over time, we have been documenting efforts on implementation of SDGs, but in our noting, do we discover that a particular group, do we discover that we are not making heads up on a particular group? Do we discover that a particular group has stagnated in terms of progress? When you come to me and ask me, David, you work with several disability categories in the country, but which disability category do you think is left behind? I will say that we work with all the disability categories, we make effort on disability inclusion across all the categories, but I will note that the deaf-blind persons is one of the categories that are left behind across persons with severe physical disabilities. That is for my case. But in your analysis as the SDG Secretariat, as OPM, do you note that there are various groups across that are being left behind in all these processes, in all these efforts, and so that has formed the basis of your action in terms of recommending to government to heighten efforts in terms of enabling that particular group or those particular groups to also be at some level somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yes, I think let's take your neighbor and then we shall come to the front.
Thank you very much, Pasco. I'm Patrick Wire from Center for Conflict Resolution, which also coordinates the SDG 16 working group under NGO Forum. Two quick comments. One is on the issue of SDG localization. When you look at the last VNR, SDG localization was one of the key recommendations that were strongly emphasized. And after that, the presentation in the last VNR, the Office of the Prime Minister engaged on the process of developing the SDG localization guide, just to affirm that it would be important if that guide could be out at least before we submit the next VNR. Lastly is the issue on the roadmap. A number of us as CSOs are organizing to collect stories, information, and thematic papers to feed into the third VNR. I wanted the guidance from Pasco in terms of timeline. By when should we be able to submit such that they are able to feed into the next VNR report? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, there is one, okay, there is a gentleman here and then we shall come to the middle. There are two ladies, slots for ladies. So there's one behind there and the second one there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Muteza Ali from Road Safety Initiative Uganda. And before I go to my civil obligation of road safety, I would first of all comment on what Mr. Pascal talked about regarding poverty. As we talk of poverty in this country, in fact, we should not ignore the fact of land grabbing. Many people are suffering of poverty because there is a lot of land grabbing in this country. And when these matters go to court, they take more than a decade to be decided. As I talk, I also have a court case, and it's taking to a decade. In fact, it's about 8 years now. Over issues that in reality you see are very simple, and according to the law, of course, the case having taken about 10 years, you learn something, at least the person who knows how to read and write, you learn the law. So it is good, I think, as our civil obligation to see that you raise that concern before the concerned authorities.
Okay.
He also talked about traffic jam. With the traffic jam, we have a solution we have been talking about over and over. We are experts, and I believe no one has a better solution than we do. But we have gone to several offices and written to them. When you reach an office, they will tell you, write a proposal. You write a proposal, they pick out some issues, they implement them wrongly, and they don't work. So I don't know how we shall go on with this kind of business in this country, but we have solutions for our country, very good solutions. In fact, when you move in this country now, you may think that there are no disabled people. Because walk spaces, these pavements, you'll find that people park on those pavements. And a disabled person with his, I don't know what we call it, when he's sitting on that bike, he cannot move on the road. Definitely even kids or disabled people and others, the vulnerables, will have to move into the moving traffic on the roads and get knocked. That is where we get most of this acquired disability. It's because of parking on pavements. And we have a very good solution for that. So I don't know whether the NGO can organize, because for us we can make a presentation. We bring on board these people, for example, the decision makers in the Ministry of Transport, the police, the KCCA, and the UNRWA. We have held some meetings with them, but their behavior is that they pick something small, implement it wrongly. So if you can bring them on board, we shall make a very good presentation to solve the problem of traffic congestion in the city and road accidents. Thank you very much.
Okay, there are two ladies at the back. There's one at the extreme. Is that Miriam? Yeah, okay.
Okay, greetings to everyone. I'm Lawino Vanessa Faye. I am affiliated with Climate Inclusion Network. I had someone talk about inclusion. I realized there are less younger people in terms of decision making regarding to SDG implementation. I am here just to urge everyone to contribute to sensitization and involvement of more young people, because it's us, the younger generation, who will be more affected, especially in line with climate change. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Pascal. Mine is a quick question based on one of the slides where you mentioned that local governments are expected to showcase how they've integrated gender equality in their plans. And the question that comes to mind for me is how the secretariat that is situated in the office of the Prime Minister has influenced improved policy regarding allocation of budgets to the local governments. We all know that local governments receive peanuts. If you talk to CDOs, they will tell you their budgets sometimes for community mobilization, gender, are less than 5 million annually. So how has the Secretariat helped government of the Prime Minister's office that is responsible for coordinating all ministries to ensure that there is sufficient budgets that local governments and the national government can utilize to improve indicators around gender equality? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I am taking the last two because I have a challenge of time. So I'll take one, but now there are many. I'll take one because he's a historical like me, and then the other one looks like a young person before I get accused of only choosing historicals, and then we'll take it. So our ambassador from long time.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Kasozi Mlindwa. I'm a Global Goals champion. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for particularly using the handbook on voluntary national reviews to inform the process and preparation of the Uganda's VNR. I wonder whether it's possible for the Secretariat to break it down into a small document for which the local CSOs or NGOs can be able to also input into that process. And then the other is I would like to find out what informed the choice of the 6 SDGs that you're going to review, or that we are going to review as Uganda. Thank you.
Okay. There was a hand there. And then, for those who haven't spoken, we are going to have a panel. And the panel will be really conversational. So that means I'll be opening up for a few more comments and reactions. So don't feel offended that you haven't spoken in this session. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Richard. My name is also Richard Hamba. I represent TEENS, that is Training, Education and Empowerment for Neighborhood Sustainability in Uganda. And we are the focal group that for SDG 11. I'm also happy to recognize the presence of Madame Dorothy Baziwe from Shelter and Settlement Alternatives, our partners, where I'm a board member as well. I just want basically to highlight our focus on SDG 11, because that's where we center ourselves, and just to indicate how broad that SDG is in terms of what we manage and what we speak for. And maybe also to, at some point, to further discuss why it is important to understand different mandates of different urban actors, especially in terms of infrastructure development and the other facilities, water management, historical asset conservation and all that, such that we just don't bundle it down into a very small thing. I'm quite certain that Dorothy is here on issues to do with settlement and housing, and that's why she's very relevant in this position. But how much, sometimes it is easier for us to define how much we have done, because we have a lead agency, maybe like Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, who is managing so many cities, and we must ensure that there's something going on in those cities, from policy to implementation. So we really need to, I think, isolate some of the different key components that are under the smart cities and communities, so that we understand the broadness, so we don't subject it to just one single facet, like maybe other SDGs can easily be simplified, and then we identify more actors to come in this particular space because of the contribution they make in this particular sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Pascal, you are going to say something about the comments, that the questions and reactions from the floor. But I just want to give you comfort that we are going to have a panel, and some of the panelists are going to take up some of these issues. I'll be moderating the panel, so I'm going to ask them to take them up. So please answer those that are about the SDG Secretariat. I heard you being asked many things. Some of them I know you can't do, so we will not get offended if you tell us that you can't do them. But please go ahead.
Thanks, Richard, for giving me that leeway and comfort. Now, on the issues of when people were asking, I don't know, Chris and Richard, the mandate of NGO Forum. I know it outwardly, but inwardly I don't know it. But is it possible, for instance, for NGO Forum to coordinate like policy dialogues where then we can pick on these different aspects, and then we pick these issues, we present them in form of a cabinet paper. For me, I think that's something that can be done practically. Because at the Secretariat we supported a number of policy dialogues, but the challenge is that they are important dialogues, but usually they are a bit isolated. Because the CSOs, the constituency is big. And therefore, for order will come on the issue of gender, before you know it, you also learn that UNET, they're interested in the aspects of gender, but last week we had a discussion with FORDA. So if we could have thematic dialogues on those issues. I know we have had dialogues on ethnic minorities and a Minority Rights Group International, and their issue, someone was asking about leaving no one behind. That is David, I think. We had a dialogue, and their issue is exclusion of ethnic minorities through data, for instance, by UBOS. Because if data cannot recognize you, then definitely you're excluded in terms of recognition. And the UBOS has taken serious steps, even in this current census. They have taken that step, and I am very sure they have started recognizing. Of course, you find it's also a constitutional issue where the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has to come. So that's what I can say generally, that NGO Forum moving forward, now that our marriage is becoming more stronger, we need to start organizing those high-level policy dialogues where we bring these responsible MDAs and you interface with them, because for us as a Secretariat, we don't implement. Implementation is by all these MDAs. Our job is to put a torch and say there is something not going right, and we hold ourselves accountable, you know. Then I'm also available to respond to most of the issues. We are here the whole day until we end, I think, at 4 p.m. The SDGs under review, that is something that ECOSOC, the Economic Social Council, does, and they are the ones who determine which SDGs are under review which year. So for instance, last year it was SDG 6, 7, 9, and 11, and 17. So this year it is the SDGs we are seeing now. Local government financing. Last year we did SDG regional forums and festivals where we brought local government leaders together. They are much more concerned than you are concerned. And we are equally concerned that the issues are the way they are. We are in a decentralized government, but sometimes implementation is centralized. You know, local governments are the engines and the faces of government in the communities, but they don't have access to enough resources. Of course, finance will say they don't have enough resources, but the local government definitely will keep arguing we don't have enough resources, and they are right. And many things are not going right. And we came up with an outcome paper. We have had a discussion with the Ministry of Finance. We presented those issues in a cabinet paper last year, and there were resolutions, 14 of them, one including that, and the responsible minister was Ministry of Local Government on financing. And you know, of course, now the biggest response we got is rationalization, which is coming up very soon. You have heard of it. So the government anticipates to save some resources which should be in position to, you know, be cascaded down to local governments. But the local government issues are beyond money. They are about everything. You know, you go there and an engineer tells you, I went to the same school with an engineer who is working in UNRWA, but this is my salary. The engineer the other side is this salary. This is a very serious issue. So those are the issues. The cost of implementing government projects, they are very different from central government to local government. A kilometer of a road and local government, when it is being financed, and a local government at district level, they will tell you 5 million should work on maybe a kilometer. But central government, UNRWA, they will tell you 50 million. So you don't understand. Those are the serious issues. And we know them. They are very well documented. And of course, in the government, it's process by process. Now, I would, because of time, I am here. I know even some of these issues are going to still come up, and I will be so much available. Richard put me on task that when the panelists are being asked I am going to respond to all these questions. Yes, thank you.
Want me to remind you to clap for Pascal? Please clap for Pascal. Now, Pascal has given us a few highlights around what the key issues are and how to respond to some of them and all that. But again, there's a lot more that can be done on SDGs. And what we are going to hear from the panel is what else we can do. And I think what I want to do is when I invite the panel, they are not going to give you new presentations. They are going to help us to have a conversation so that all of us can sort of get to grips of what is it exactly that we should be spending time on when we talk about SDGs. I have my own stories about SDGs, but as I told you, being a grandfather of SDGs means that my stories are too long. So I will not be the one to tell the stories now. But what I'll do is I'll invite the panelists and then I'll ask them a few questions and probably get you as an audience to also interject, and then we see how the conversation goes. So, on the panel I have just one logistical issue. They told me there is tea, coffee, and eats. Are they called eats? Things to eat. Bites. Are they called bites? It all sounds funny. Eats, bites. Oh, but anyway, there are things to eat outside, including tea and coffee. So at any moment, I'm not going to have a break right now because you had a very long breakfast. You can go and pick a cup of coffee and come and join us as we continue. So that is for those who may have missed their coffee. So let me now invite our panelists. We have enough chairs. I will start with Jemba Michael Senkole. Is he here? Yes, Jemba Michael is there. Jemba Michael is a medical practitioner and is very zealous about improving health care and advancing youth empowerment. So somebody asked if young people are involved. Yeah, we are not alone. We also have young people, even in our houses. So that's the good thing. So Jemba is going to be our panelist today, and he'll be talking about several things. But Jemba is really a dynamic young leader who we should celebrate. He's part of the EU Youth Sounding Board, and he was also earned recognition as a UN Youth Fellow. It's very, very good to do many things when you are young, because when you get older, you can talk about them. Sewa Chirianga has a CV of 40 pages, so that kind of thing Jemba is emulating. So thank you very much, Jemba. The next one is Grace. Grace Nyoro. Is he here? Is she here? Yes, Grace is right here. Yeah, I saw the, yeah, please clap for her if you are clapping. Because that gives her energy to move faster. But Grace Nyoro is, as an advocate for child rights, and she works for Save the Children, which, as you know, is a child rights advocacy organization. And she currently leads the advocacy campaigns and communications and media team. So we are really honored to have somebody who understands these media things that, all of us have got problems with. Now, the next one is Georgia. Georgia Tumwesije is everything that you want to have. She's from Fowode. She's a learning expert on gender development and governance sectors. She is also one of those who is very instrumental in terms of women's rights and advocacy and child protection. She always says she's an event host, and I think that is important because many people have events. So if you want a good MC, not like Sewa Chirianga who is disorganized, she is the best of the lot. Okay? Thank you very much.
And Georgia is from FOWODE, the Forum for Women in Democracy. We have Irene Kagoya. Irene Kagoya is from World Vision. She's now a very big person. She's an associate director, advocacy at the World Vision, a human rights advocate, and she's been part of many things. When she was younger and I was older, she used to work at Akina Mama or Africa, but now that she's older and I'm younger, she has gone to World Vision. But she's, done quite a number of things. She's been a global student leadership program. She did that one in Tanzania. She was at the Manhattanville College in New York. She is doing lots of things. She has a bachelor's degree in law and many other good things. So this is our panelists, but there are two more that I have. I have also Alana Kembabazi. Alana Kembabazi, where is she? Is she here? Yes, she's right here. Yeah. I was wondering. Okay, she has a mask, so I couldn't see. But yeah, Alana Kembabazi is also a long-term friend of mine and a very serious advocate when it comes to issues of social and economic rights in Uganda. And then lastly, we have Adrien Musime, who is from Climate Action Network, who will also be joining the team. She is also going to be telling us many things about climate action. So, that is our panel. And as you can see, they have taken all the seats, so I have to stand. And that is the beauty of the situation. That means we shall have even a much more engaging and good discussion. But for the panelists, we are going to have a conversation. So we are going to try and not ask you to make long presentations. I hope you don't mind. If you prepared something, please say it. But say it in a way that makes us all feel nice. That we are having a conversation. And the things that we want to really spend some time on is to understand the contribution you have been making in terms of what you have been doing and in which area, in which SDG you have been doing it. But also overall help us to see, when you look from your vantage point, what are some of how do you assess progress? In the area you work in, we won't ask you about all the 17 SDGs. So those are some of the things that I'll be asking. I'll be wanting to know a little bit about any best practices that you know that are out there, so that we get a sense of what best practices are there. But also to spend some time asking ourselves, yes, we have commitments as a country, but if we are to think about what we need to do to achieve the commitments that we have made over time, what would it be? So those are the 4 areas that I'll be speaking about. I'm just preparing you like a doctor prepares you when they're giving you a good injection. They tell you, it's going to pain a little bit, but this is how it is. So this is what we are going to be discussing. So let's start with the climate person from Climate Action. In terms of what you are working on, what are the kinds of things you have been doing, especially on climate action, that you may want to share with us? And if there are any good practices, you can also share those. But let's start with just a few minutes first, because we shall come back to you on what you have been doing and where do you see this whole. I hope you are going to be talking about the goals that are associated with climate action. And ask the question, where are we and how are things going in that area? So please go ahead. For about 3 minutes, really, yeah.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Adrien Musime from Climate Action Network, Uganda. I'm here representing the national coordinator who is in the field. and was unable to come for this engagement. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Uganda for the progress that is being made towards implementing the SDGs. So Climate Action Network Uganda brings together other CSOs, some academia and other institutions who are doing work on climate action. And we are the lead agency for goal number 13. So moderator, allow me to just give a few of some of our contributions as the network towards the goal 13. Yeah, we thought goal 13 would be in the upward progress, but we are also happy that at least it is under, when it comes to implementation of the SDGs, it has been assessed as, progressing in a moderate way. So CANU that brings together the different CSOs. These CSOs, in their programs and projects, they implement a number of projects under adaptation, mitigation, loss and damage, gender, among others. So there's quite a lot. I know the constituency is so big for CSOs. There's quite a lot of work that is being done under that area. Since morning, we've been talking about, the previous speakers have talked about local government being the ones responsible to reach out to the communities. So as CANU and its membership, we have participated in capacity building, especially at the grassroots level, and also awareness. I know in the audience there was a call about increasing sensitization and awareness. That has been done, and we pledge to continue to do all that. I also talk about advocacy and lobbying. I know CANU has a position of leading in advocacy to do with climate action, both at national and international levels. For many of you, I think you've seen CANU being active in pre-COP and post-COP engagements. We've also supported policy formulations. We commend the government for the National Climate Policy, the National Climate Change Act, and also providing the right environment where we operate. And recently, establishment of the Climate Finance Unit, that was really a plus for us who are in the area of climate action. So as CANU with its members, we also conduct research, evidence-based research. And most of these reports that have been developed are shared with government and other actors so that they guide investment in programs and to combat climate change. However, I must say there are gaps. There are also some challenges that we have noted. I will just highlight a few of them. The local governments are supposed to come up with the climate change action plans. We note that out of, I think, 135 districts in Uganda, 2 districts, that is Buyikwe and Namayingo, have submitted their climate action plans. The Ministry of Water and Environment informed us that there are challenges to do with capacity and resources. So we are calling upon the Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Finance, to look into that matter, because these climate action plans, they guide implementation of any actions at local government. We also request that we request that there should be establishment of the Independent Climate Fund as the law provides. So we also see that gap in place, and also limited access to climate funds. CSOs have had a challenge in that. We are happy, of course, there are small grants from UNDP, but we believe there should be increased access to the funding. So lastly, can you pledges to mobilize other CSOs to ensure that they participate in the VNR process? So we shall popularize that to our members so that they can also take part in this online survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So you've heard what CANU is doing, but I have a question for CANU. Somebody here talked about charcoal. That CANU, how do you deal with such things that we have to engage with on a daily basis? Are those kinds of agendas also important to you? Because I think the person was saying, was even asking on charcoal burning that the SDG Secretariat should coordinate, and I said, no, that can't be their work. But what is happening to these things around charcoal? Are those things that concern you at all? And what are you and your members doing?
I think the issue of charcoal is a concern for everyone, even in this room. I know there's a presidential directive of banning, where there was a banning of charcoal trade in the northern Uganda, but we realized that when there was that ban in the northern Uganda, now charcoal burning increased in other areas of the country. Now, as a network, there are organizations that are promoting alternative energy sources, briquettes, of course, the raw materials, some of them come from charcoal, solar, and many other forms. So what we can pledge as the network is to increase awareness about energy transition. I know it is a gradual process, but we pledge to increase awareness in the whole country to ensure that there is less use of charcoal, and we try to gradually move to other alternative sources of energy. We have also been spearheading tree growing in the country, and it is a call to all actors to take up that initiative. There was a member in this place, in this room in the morning, who actually was also asking members not to only limit our operations in the boardrooms, but also go out to ensure that we do plant and grow trees. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Please clap for our colleagues in climate action. At least the energy transition, I think, is, as you say, is a huge advocacy agenda that we should pursue as a country. Because clearly, charcoal is not sustainable, and other energy sources are still expensive. So we need to find ways in which we can create the balance. But your neighbor next to you is a person who really works on issues that are cross-cutting around the rights from a social, from an economic, and a cultural perspective. So she will be, let me give her the floor now to give us a sense of what you see as the critical issues and what you have been engaging on as topical issues when we come to the area of SDGs, and a couple of best practice examples of things that are going on.
So with regard, first of all, I'm from the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, and we have 5 programs: health, education, social protection, economic justice, citizen participation, and health. So on a day-to-day, and we're running a broader campaign on public services, health, education, like quality public services, building a movement around that. On a day-to-day, we are engaging with the SDGs. And because we are, the key element around a lot of these rights, around a lot of these goals, really ties to financing. And he'll tell you that's the elephant in the room. A key concern for Uganda right now, and not just Uganda, is debt. The UN Secretary General talked about debt as undermining progress on SDGs. Why? We are spending more paying our creditors than we spend on social protection, on health, on education. So as long as you have to first settle the creditor, you will not have enough money. I think that the government does try and has a sense of what the priorities are, because that's what we do on a day-to-day as ISA. We look at the policies, the plans, the data, and they have a sense. Yesterday we spent the whole day with government officials on social protection. And I can tell you that there was very little we didn't agree upon from a strategy perspective. We even sued them before in a complaint, went for mediation, realized we agree. The issue came down to the financing. So we need to begin to tackle the financing issue. One of the SDG targets that people don't talk about is around illicit financial flows. There is a hole in our bag. They like to tell us they're going to go to Ugandans, get more tax, pay more tax, you're dodging. But there is a hole in our bag. When the money is put in, it's going out. And sometimes they're even doing it legally. And when it comes to multinational corporations, it is the way the system is structured. And I'm glad Uganda is beginning to make some changes around money laundering and certain things and trying to keep more of the money here. But there's a very big hole in the bag. And the other thing that's really complicating the SDGs is issues of climate, and I'm glad this is a goal being reviewed this year, particularly with regard to ESCRs. Unfortunately, the discussion on climate, while we know it's a problem, the solution we are proposing are not going to help us reach the SDGs on a granular level at the everyday person, because we are talking leaving no one behind. So one of the things that ISA has been saying is an easy way to take some of that climate financing and address it is social protection. You can't tell someone not to cut their trees. In the West, we grow trees and you keep them like a bank. You put them there. When you have a problem, you sell the trees. You cut, charcoal, why are they cutting these trees and burning charcoal? To send their kids to school. They know that if they get sick, there are no drugs in the public health hospital, so you must deal with it. So as long as we do not deal with this and provide holistic social protection, then you are going to be undermining your fight on climate action. And very little money is going with that regard. I can tell you that I spent the whole morning looking at social protection financing. It doesn't get to 1% of GDP, just 1%. And that's what you need to put a basic minimum floor. It has never gotten there. And so last week, of course, was Water Week, and the Ministry of Environment was hosting discussions around climate and water, and we were holding an event on gender and climate, and we realized that it is very much tied to, first of all, women are detrimentally impacted the most, but also one of the things that the World Bank said in terms of that is a key contributor to poverty. If you look at their last assessment and they look at these lips, they talk about things that are tied to climate, to drought, to climate shocks. So we really need to see money being channeled to social protection, to cushion livelihoods. Then you will get people to be invested in this fight for climate. That's a second issue. I would say that the third overarching issue that we don't talk about enough, because we always talk about the goals on a granular health, education, and so forth, but it's inequality. As long, and I can give you the data, the Gini coefficient, all of that, but you can just look at our country today. The rising gap between the wealthy and the poor. And why is that a problem? In the Uganda of our president, whether or not he had money in his pocket, his kid could go, they could get some basics, school, health, But the way we have reached right now, if you don't have money, your child is not getting a quality education, they're not getting quality health care, and so you're tempted to keep touching the public purse to do all kinds of things. And then you have the wealthy at the extreme end. And again, it's like a pyramid. It's a very small group that is precarious. We've said a key way to do this is to have quality public services. If you know that you have quality public health care, quality public education, regardless of ability to pay, some of the things that the World Bank and other assessments have found is they are very key to reducing inequality. I want to very quickly circle to what we have been doing as ISA, because those are 4 overarching areas. Like I said, on a day-to-day we engage with this. We have done a whole report on SDG 4, education, because it was so critical, and this was very critical in the last review, but just the state of education. And we say that because education is not just about the present. You are determining the future of the country. Africa is supposed to have the largest workforce because we are young people, but they're going to be uneducated, so we won't tap into those benefits. We have tried to make sure that people realize, because people say, we don't eat SDGs. So how do you get them to people? I loved the SDG festival last year, and I'm speaking to my colleague in government, because we were holding an event there on public services as SDGs, and we used poetry and music. So we had government officials and young people to really talk about the SDGs, but talking about them as healthcare, education. We collected, I think, over 150 signatures on a petition to the Speaker of Parliament, which we submitted. We are waiting to get a date. We have building a movement of young people, again, very involved in public services, and we want to go on petition specifically on this, because then people begin to feel invested in this fight on SDGs. It seems less academic when you tell them on a granular level, SDG 1 is poverty. Do you feel poor today? What is it you need, right? We've also worked with government extensively to streamline this into ongoing processes. You know, government, Uganda is always being reviewed. Last year, it was African Commission on Human and People's Rights. In November last year, we were in Tanzania for that. And of course, the universal periodic review. So one of the things that we do is try to harmonize the SDG indicators in particular with the recommendations that come with these bodies. And we've worked very closely with government ministries, led by the Ministry of Gender, which coordinates all the other ESCR ones, health, education, so forth, to come up with an implementation matrix. So it will have the recommendation from these bodies, which government has to do. It will also have the SDG indicators and other indicators government has. So that when they are having their annual performance report and so forth, things are harmonized, because you can't just be looking at SDGs, then this one is looking at implementation of recommendations. And we've also petitioned the East Africa Parliament. Earlier this month, we went to the East Africa Legislative Assembly, and we're arguing that until you have quality public services, which will help us realize the sustainable development goals, you will not have regional integration. Because a key thing around the SDGs is getting the political will. So those are some of the things that we have been doing, and of course we continue to do work around budget, and I say this right now, like I say, most things tied to money. The budget cycle is ongoing. Ministerial policy statements are out. We are already drafting our CSO positions, and we shall be going to Parliament, and again, very specific on each of these SDGs. And finally, in regard to the upcoming high-level political forum, we've been organizing civil society. Like, we convince economic, social, cultural rights, civil society, but now we've been organizing them to focus on particular key areas. I will tell you that some of the ones that have come out are, for example, pregnant girls that have to drop out of school and education and so forth. And of course, like I'm saying, social protection and climate. So those are some of the things we have been doing around this.
Wow, thank you. Now I'm going to give punishments to the audience for waiting for me to tell you to clap for my... Yeah, but please, thank you very much, Alana, for that very insightful presentation around what you are doing. Especially, I think, the whole question of social protection. It's a very important thing, but that's one of the things that we are struggling with globally. I think money for social protection quickly disappears into other things. You know, people will say, oh, let's put money in education. Why do we put it in social protection? Let's put it in here. But the thing around social protection is, I think, the recognition that you as a person in totality needs to be secure. That you cannot just secure my education and don't secure my health. Secure my young age and don't secure my old age. Or secure my old age and not secure my young age. The whole person is a total package. And I think, thank you very much for giving us, and also the perspective you bring in on issues to do with quality public services. Yeah, I think that's very helpful. So, Irene, World Vision does lots of things, especially for children, and I think I feel like the conversation, the way it is flowing from here to you, you may be able to even wrap in and help us to say what is it that is happening that we should also pay attention to. So, for example, when it comes to children and climate issues, when it comes to children and social protection and these other things, but without giving you a full agenda that is mine, let me hear from what is happening on your side, what are you doing, and if there are any best practices for us to learn. I remember from, is it last year or the other year? I think the participation of children, we sort of got it right a bit, not very right, but up a bit. Yeah? You are doing like this, but I was with you and there were so many children around us. But I think there were many children around us, but I don't know if that is what we need to do, or is there something else? But talk to us, because you know Uganda is known as a young country. So in a sense, every time we talk, we have to think about what we should do about that factor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Richard, and a big thank you to NGO Forum for convening us today. As Richard has rightly put it, World Vision is an organization that largely works to see that children live life to their fullness. We are a Christian, humanitarian, and development organization, and we are currently operating in 54 districts. And what we largely do is to see that children are able to live a life that is fulfilled in terms of ensuring that they are getting quality education, they are having good health, that they are safe in every space where they're engaged in, and that their livelihood is up to the required standards. So we are undertaking programs in education, health, child protection, resilience and livelihood, and also dealing with matters of climate change, as you may appreciate. As Sawa Chiranga kept on talking about being an ancestor of the SDGs, I could just see myself back into that space during the post-2015 discourse, how we're hopping from country to country, region to region, trying to see that the SDG agenda shapes the realities of each and every ordinary citizen in this world. And for me, as I reflected, I said, okay, looking at that energy and the excitement that we had, do we still possess that when we reflect on the progress that we've registered? And now that we are 9 years into the implementation, because by 25th of September this year, we will be making 9 years since the adoption of this agenda. How are we doing? And of course, the big question is, as civil society, what has been our contribution? What are we doing? And today I'll speak, and I feel like I'm in really huge shoes, because I'll speak on behalf of many other civil society organizations that are working with children, not just World Vision. And I think one of the key things that we've done as World Vision and many other organizations is to empower communities. Because ultimately, when communities fully understand their roles and responsibilities, if they understand the roles of government in terms of meeting the commitments they've made under the SDGs, that then they are able to hold themselves, but also hold government accountable to these commitments. And so we've been doing a lot of that through one of our models that we call Citizen Voice and Action Model, where we empower communities to dialogue with government stakeholders at the local government. And it's interesting what that has sort of resulted into. We've seen communities that have come up to work with government to see that with government schools, for example, there is a community in Wikwe that where they had one of the parents or community members give away their land to see that the school is able to grow food for the learners in that school. And what does that mean? There is a community commitment coming through, but there is also a government commitment to see that learners are not going to school on an empty stomach, because they appreciate that there is a shared responsibility when it comes to school feeding. And for us, that is important, and that is one of the sustainable approaches that we could undertake as civil society, as government, where we come in and just bring interventions to say, oh, there's this program, there's this initiative, and then tomorrow when the funds are out, we are also out. But how do we work with communities to see that they embrace these initiatives so that we are able to have a sustainability aspect to the work that we undertake? The other thing that we've been doing, also in relation to empowering citizens, is to see that they are able to demand for improved services, especially in the health sector. And this has paid off for us in many ways, because as citizens engage, they are able to bring their issues to the local government in terms of the gaps in the health sector. They're able to talk about the absence of drugs, the shortage in staffing, and even the infrastructure itself, the number of health facilities that have been upgraded as a result of that community empowerment. So the more we do that, the better in terms of ensuring that there is accountability. I would also like to speak to the issue around mindset change. As civil society, we have been very active in changing people's mindsets around issues of poverty, issues of education, issues of sanitation, and there is a lot of power in ensuring that people understand and change their behavior around these issues. And I would like to commend government in terms of the design for the parish development model, seeing that they put mindset change as one of the critical pillars. And while we celebrate government for that, I think there is still more that we can do in terms of investing in mindset change, because it takes a long period of time. You're not going to change people's mindsets with 1 or 2 radio programs or with 2 sensitization meetings. Are we able to have space where people are routinely engaged and supported to understand the needs and the realities of some of the harmful social norms and behavior, that we are dealing with in our societies? Because even when we have all these opportunities of, let's say, funding, where we, through the parish development model, where communities are coming together or households are coming together and being able to get resources that can support them to either do an agricultural investment or whatever business that they choose to undertake. Without the mindset change, people are going to use this money for all sorts of things, and we've had these stories. Even when we hear the repayment capacities after people have taken up some of these loans, it's not because they do not have the capacity, but because they've not been empowered to change their mindset. And so as World Vision, we have what we call the Channels of Hope initiatives, and then we have the Empowered Worldview program, whereby we empower people to understand that today you could start with 1 goat, but in the next year you could have more than just a goat, and what that could mean for a whole household. We also believe that the more we work with the household, the more we are able to bring change in our work. And so we have what we call the household cluster approach, where we bring different households together, and within that household cluster approach, we are not just discussing matters of, let's say, economic empowerment, but we're also talking about issues of the children's health, we're talking about their education, and making sure that they are also holding each other accountable, that they are undertaking savings initiatives through saving groups. So all those are really helping. Last but not least, in terms of some of the work that we are doing, is really amplifying the child's voice. And Sarah Changa hinted on this. As World Vision, we believe children have the power and have the capacity to influence us as stakeholders in terms of the decisions that we make today. So being able to create space for children to speak, to talk about the issues that affect them, has been something that World Vision has heavily invested in, because we strongly believe that unless we hear these stories from the children, we'll continue to think and believe that, oh, it's an NGO agenda, you know, it's a civil society thing. But we want to create space for children. So we've done this over and over again, even through some of the SDG engagements. Last year, we were able to organize and see that children are able to speak to some of the issues that are affecting them. In terms of best practices, there are a couple of best practices that we have realized along the path. These are not new, but one of the key things is that the realization of the SDGs will not be a one-man, one-woman show. It takes a collective. So we have to keep working with different stakeholders and also shift from the non-traditional stakeholders. For example, at World Vision, we are working with faith and cultural institutions because we believe they have a lot of influence in society and they can drive some of the issues that we are advancing. So how do we work with those? We have the media. How do we work with the media to see that issues of children are addressed or that they are brought to the limelight, and even voices of those who are at risk of being left behind are actually brought to the forefront. So that is one key practice that we have to undertake. The other one that I'd also like to speak to is the fact that of working with the private sector. And I think we have increasingly seen that government and civil society are moving out to work with the private sector, but we could even do more because we cannot rely on traditional sources of funding to do the work that we are doing. But how do we tap into other entities like the private sector, even individuals, you know, where we are able to pick up on philanthropy. I know there is that whole elephant in the room that we sometimes don't want to talk about, but which is a reality, corruption. I think there is still a lot more that we can do in this country to curb corruption at different levels, because it's one of the things that, you know, keeps undermining the resource envelope that we have for us to be able to tackle some of the social protection issues that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very helpful insights around child voice, mindset change. You know, these are things that I think are concerning us quite a bit. Yeah, because I think that, as you say, how our minds engage with some of these questions determines how much we are actually able to transform communities in very practical ways. And probably that's work that we need to do a lot more of. I mean, you talked about the issues around children's voice, the issue around, you know, some of the practices that communities are making to support children in school and all that. I think those are very, very helpful perspectives. So we will hopefully get some time and come back to some of these questions, to some of these as we question. But now we'll move on. Georgia, we now have to come to you. The Forum for Women in Democracy has been doing quite a bit of work on SDGs. I know you even host a platform for Goal 5, and a lot more. I remember participating in a piece of work that you were doing to actually do an analysis of SDGs that were reviewed last year. I don't know if you're doing the same this year. But from all the things that you're working on SDGs, what are some of the critical issues that are emerging, but also a couple of best practices that you can share?
Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are people awake? Yes, Miriam. My name is Georgia Tmwesje, and I work with the Forum for Women in Democracy. It's a national women's rights organization whose vision is a just and fair society where women and men equally participate in and benefit from decision-making processes. Now, the ambition of the 2030 agenda is such that governments alone are unable to achieve it. And that is where civil society organizations come in. I mean, there are 17 goals with over 169 targets. So civil society organizations are doing quite a bit of work to be able to contribute to the global agenda. And to domesticate the 2030 agenda, in 2016, the Forum for Women in Democracy spearheaded a multi-stakeholder process that was dubbed Voice to Action, Advancing Gender Equality in the SDGs. This is a conceptual framework that has practical issues that affect women especially. And we went ahead to actually call it Women's Sustainable Development Goals for Uganda. It is a document that highlights some of the gender issues. I'm going to be able to share a copy with each and every one of you. I have e-copies. Raymond is in the room and he discouraged us from printing so as to save trees and the environment. So we move with digital copies now. So this process led to the formation of the Uganda Gender Consortium on Sustainable Development Goals. Now this is a conglomeration of over 40 civil society organizations back in 2017, but now in 2024 we have grown to over 55 civil society organizations, trade unions, as well as associations. So what we did is that the Gender Consortium developed 4 clusters that we could contribute to. One is social development that looks at livelihoods, it looks at water, sanitation and hygiene, it looks at education, health, as well as gender and environmental sustainability. We have a cluster on economic development that talks about trade and business, agriculture and agribusiness. As you know, the largest proportion of the population involved in agriculture is actually women involved in agriculture, and yet when you look at the results, or the people mostly benefiting from agriculture at the end of the day are men. Where women use the land, they till and plant, and harvesting and selling time, a different dynamic comes on board. And so the Forum for Women in Democracy, as well as other partners under the Uganda Gender Consortium, have been working together to improve land use and ownership, as well as land titling. And the biggest success that has come out of this, for example, I'll give a quick example, is that when a woman plants back home, it is easy for a man to come and harvest and then sell off. The land belongs to the man, and so they feel like they have the right. So what women at the grassroots, and I am a woman from the grassroots who is representing today in Kampala, is that they have decided to start planting as groups. So they buy land as groups or as association and do joint use of land. There it becomes very hard for other people to also form a counter association to come and harvest. The other one, and probably this is where we have, I think one of the best results is around political development. While we still have a long way to go in ensuring that we have gendered agendas, at least when it comes to representation, there has been a bit of improvement, though the numbers in Parliament keep stagnated at 33% or thereabouts, with increment happening with districts. And so we still have quite a bit of challenge with convincing women and convincing the population to support women contesting on mainstream seats that are usually labeled as men seats. And also persons with disabilities will bear me witness that when they try to contest on mainstream seats, they ask, you know, you have your special interest group seat, why don't you go and represent your kind? My colleague from Nidupu, you know that is very true. The other, to ensure that we strengthen partnerships, is that the Uganda Gender Consortium also has a cluster on the organizing for development. Now, under organizing for development, we ensure that we have coordination work, networking, research, and documentation. And here we work with members of the media. We work with quite a number of actors, and all the processes under the Uganda Gender Consortium feed into the CSO Core Reference Group that is hosted by the National NGO Forum that then reports to the SDG Secretariat. So that just quickly also takes me to the best practices. And I must commend the SDG Secretariat. The SDG Secretariat has been doing an amazing job. From the time that we started in 2016, there has been a lot of improvement when it comes to consultative processes and partnership between government, civil society organizations, the private sector, as well as development partners. The quarterly coordination meetings as well that are hosted by the NGO Forum that then feed into the SDG Secretariat work have been very instrumental. And I must say, one of the other good practices is also just the participation. Over the years, there's been improved participation by different civil society actors in regional and global SDG platforms. The other year, I think I was with members of the SDG Secretariat in Niger, in Niamey, and Pasco keeps talking about comparing Uganda, but when we were in Niger, we actually felt like Uganda was a very, very developed country. You know, you would walk and there are no trees, there's no green, the air is very polluted. You know, the richest person looks like a middle-class person in Kampala. And so it was also a learning for us that when we compare Uganda, we should not just be comparing it to the poorest of countries, because then we become comfortable. Yeah. Thank you very much, Richard.
Thank you, Georgia, for really giving us a few insights around the things that you have been doing. But it is also good that that platform that looks at issues of gender and SDGs is alive and kicking, because we know that this is a critical area that we need to keep continuing to put a torch on. Yeah. Not relegating issues just to the one goal, but to see how they, how they engage with all the other goals and bring it together. So you've helped us to see how that helps. I mean, how that works. Grace from Save the Children, I think we will now are going to hear a bit more about what's going on, especially around issues related to children and what kinds of things Save the Children is focusing on in this area. Please go ahead. And a few best practices, I always want to throw that in so that people know that there are some good things that are happening out there.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, all. Grace Nyoro, as moderator said, is my name, and I work with Save the Children as the Director of Advocacy and Campaigns. So in terms of background, just to share that in 2016, Save the Children, when it was developing its strategy, aimed to align ourselves to the SDG agenda. And so we also have what we call the Ambition 2030 agenda, focusing mainly on children. And we have three breakthroughs that we are working towards in terms of focusing the SDGs on the issues of children. So we are looking at the fact that by 2030, no child should die from preventable causes. We're also working towards ensuring that by 2030, all children have access to education, or not just education, but quality education. And then the last breakthrough that we are focusing around is around ending violence on children. And in this area, we are looking at ensuring that by 2030, violence against children is no longer tolerated. So I'll just share a couple of highlights on what we've been doing. There's really a lot that we can do, but we have made significant contribution to various SDGs. As you have heard, we work in areas of health, education. We also have some activities and interventions on climate action. So in our health and nutrition work, we have been working towards prevention and treatment of malnutrition, and some of our interventions have contributed to the reduction of stunting on children, whereby we are targeting mothers, lactating mothers and children under the age of 5 years. What our interventions, or in terms of what some of our interventions have contributed to, and in this regard, I'm looking at the impact. We've seen reduction in the maternal mortality, which has gone down from 100 to 66 maternal deaths per 100,000 live births. We've also seen under 5 child mortality going down. Pregnant mothers who are now having access to antenatal care has increased through some of our interventions across the districts that we have. One of the key things or key highlights that we did last year is the installation of an oxygen gas manifold system. And this system is really to help health centers. This was installed in Kisenyi Health Centers, and it was one of the interventions that we did to just support health centers to ensure that really we are helping the health center to manage and deal with respiratory conditions, because we saw a lot of children dying in those centers due to those issues. So some of those things around saving women and preterm babies. With regard to SDG 4 on education, just to highlight some of the things that we have seen is one of the key interventions that we've done is the enabling teachers approach, which has helped build the capacity of teachers. And over the years, we've seen impact in terms of performance of children. In 2022, 91% candidates, of which we supported, passed the exam, compared to only 83%. Again, we are also looking at inclusive, having all children included. So children with disability, we've seen increase over 70% of enrollment of children with disabilities. Teenage mothers, we've supported teenage mothers to go back to school. We've seen growth in that in terms of enrollment. Before we led this intervention, we only had 32 teenage mothers in school. We have now 124. And this is just one area of our intervention. So there is quite a bit that we are doing when it comes to education. On climate action, I liked what my colleague talked about with regard to mindset change. So a lot of an investment has done in social and behavior change with an aim of ensuring that there is increased use of clean and renewable energy. So we are seeing communities taking up clean and renewable energy. And I think I would also like to echo what my colleague had said. There is need to continue sensitization and engaging communities in terms of behavior change and mindset. As a result of this education, awareness raising and sensitization, we've seen the ability of families to meet their basic needs, while sustaining or working with the natural resources. Lastly, on our child protection work, we also ensure that children are protected from violence, and this is under Goal 16. So some of the progress that we have seen over the years is that last year we had 79% of girls and boys really recognizing and appreciating they're feeling safe and their well-being is protected. We also did a lot of work with on withdrawal of children from the mines in Karamoja. As we speak, we have rescued 1,398 from the mines in Karamoja. Now, when it comes to best practices or good practices, I really want to reiterate the fact around partnerships. Save the Children did not achieve this by its own. Save the Children worked with partners, local governments, communities, and children. So in as much as we're continuing with our interventions, we are also listening to the voice of the child. We're also working with children to hear from them, because some of our interventions, we realize you've planned, they're very strategic, but when you work with the children and you hear from them in terms of the impact, you realize that there is a little more that you can do. For instance, we have the helpline 116 that was aimed at ensuring response on child abuse cases, which we have been implementing with partners and the government. And when we spoke to children, we realized that children had a lot of feedback that they could tell us. They're telling us, yes, you want us to report using 116, but our parents do not allow us to use their phones, or our parents are not allowing us access to mobile phones. So again, that kind of consultation, continued partnership with different stakeholders comes across as a critical element that we'll need to embrace. The other thing is evidence-based approaches. As Save the Children, we do quite a bit of research. We evaluate our approaches. There's a lot of learnings and relearnings that come across, which of course inform our decision going forward. But these evidence pieces can also be used to inform decision making at a in large scale. For instance, as we were talking about social protection investment in social protection, and we all agree that it's very minimal. 4.5% goes to children. We recently conducted a study of, based on the scenarios on our intervention, and we realized that if we invested $3.3 in child-sensitive, please note this is child-sensitive social protection, for every $1 invested, $3.3 will be returned. So that is just one example of a piece of research that can be used to inform decisions going forward. So my ask is, how can we use evidence being generated by various partners, various stakeholders, to inform approaches and cost-effective approaches and approaches that really worked towards achievement of SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. I think there are quite a number of things you've touched on. The rescue of children from the mines, I think, is the best practice, because I think that in itself, while it's labor, is also violence that we should, and also the issues around teenage mothers and being able to get them back to school. I think we know that within COVID, we had an additional pandemic that was silent, called teenage pregnancy. So it's something that I think it's good to know that there is work going on in these areas. So we now get to Michael Jemba. You are not marginalized when you have a panel full of women, but you are empowered when you sit as one man on a panel full of women. So it's a bit of a flip of things, but that's what it is. But
that's a nice way to think about it.
Yes, so think about it like that forever. So one of the things I would want you to touch on, because I know you sort of work on a number of things, especially around things to do with young people, but also do some work on health. Give us a sense of what is going on in the area that you are focusing on, and if there are a couple of best practices that you want to leave with us to energize us, especially around how young people are engaging with around issues on SDGs, young people and SDGs, but young people and SDGs and health as something that you sort of focus on. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Jemba Michael Sankole. I'm a medical professional, but also the founder of an organization called Hummingbird Foundation, which I will be sharing shortly about what we do. I am passionate about health equity, health access, but also youth empowerment, especially in a country where our average age is 14. So it's key and I think timely for us to get into that space. Specifically, my work and the work of my organization, Hummingbird Foundation, runs around SDG 3, but also in the nexus of SDG 1, 6, and 10. And I think it's only fair that I give quite a small overview or just a background knowledge specifically on SDG 3, but also not forgetting that I'm a health professional, so this is something I would want to shed some light on. So I think the year 2020 showed us that health is a primary determinant of your social and economic well-being. I believe all of us can agree to that. So SDG 3 is not one independent issue that you look at in the sense of hospitals, in a sense of maternal mortality rates, and to some extent I feel that these targets, specific independent targets, undermine the structure or the systemic structure of healthcare, the healthcare setup. So we see, and to start with, I really want to appreciate the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Health, and also the other partners therein on what has been done. Currently, we see SDG 3 being graded as one of the moderately performing SDGs. We are seeing the maternal mortality rates dropping down. If you've gotten a chance to see the 2020 UDHS report, maternal mortality rates dropping down, the infant mortality rates dropping down. And these things that are showing us we are doing something. And last year in March, the government has put out a new structure, which is also bringing in new, about 300 health centers, transforming them from health center 2s to health center 3s, which is really brilliant. But still, we do have a number of gaps. And this is where my work, especially with my organization, comes in, and as well as the youth. That we have seen these structures, and actually if I could pose a simple question to you. In the health facilities that you've been to, have you been able to find sign language translators? Yeah? So this is something that is a gap. Yeah? Whereas we have all these lists, 13 targets that we have about 28 indicators. To some extent, if you miss out on the structure or the systemic setup of the sector, you're going to vertically fund to get the goal that you set up. Yet you undermine the entire structure that supports that goal you're trying to find out. So I feel there are gaps in there, especially with people with disabilities. I have a bias on the deaf community, because even when you bring in sign language translators, that is a third party, and it contradicts the whole concept of confidentiality. You wouldn't want to share certain things, especially if you have an extra person there. So, this is where some of the work that we do as Hummingbird Foundation, we are trying to bridge the disparities in healthcare access, but as well as equity. And here, we're a platform which brings early and mid-career professionals, with 80% of them being health professionals. So what we do is we go to different communities, especially last mile communities, taking their services of healthcare services. And in this sense, we are bringing free consultations, we are bringing free medication, but also free knowledge. Because at the end of the day, if you train somebody, you offer service to somebody, but do not teach them on how to avoid it, you will keep coming back to that same community, which makes no sense, which is a misuse of resources. So basically what we do, we offer basic health principles. We also then bring the services of consultation, healthcare consultation, and then prescriptions around there. So the other thing is we are now doing advocacy on institutionalizing sign language into the medical schools. We understand, yes, it seems like something not feasible to some extent, because this is a whole new language. But then if we are trying to say we get sign language translators into different hospitals, which is good, we need health professionals who know sign language translators. Not anyone who can do sign language, right? Because there are specific medical terms that you may not be able to translate, right? And so this is what we are doing currently, trying to push. You know what? Let us try to have institutions incorporate this training of sign language into the syllabus. Then the other thing is SDGs as a whole are being taught, not being implemented, especially in institutions. The institutions we have mainly have the biggest percentage of the population. So if we are looking at localizing, if we are looking at implementing, let it be part of the structure of these platforms that bring up our children. Let it be something that as I get into school, I know that gender inequality, all climate change, this is what we do as a school, this is what we do as a university, and it becomes part of you as you grow up. Not a concept, an alien thought, or an alien idea you find after you get out of school. And I'll speak from my experience. Getting out of medical school, I get out and then I realize there is SDGs. This is something which seems alien to anyone in this sector, yet it is something that we run on. This is something that is pertinent to your well-being, to the development of the country, but also you as an individual. So generally what I would say, let us try to institutionalize the SDGs in the different institutions therein. Then the other thing is one of the gaps, and I believe the thing that we can collectively work on is strengthening the healthcare system, but also working on strengthening the logistical management information system. Because we talked, a fellow of mine talked here about the drugs not being in the hospitals. And this is a structural thing. Whereas we may want to push, let us finance, let us put in the money, you need a system, you need a structure to maintain that. Otherwise, you are prone to wasting some more resources. The other thing is we currently see the bit of human resource. The doctor-patient ratio right now is about 1 to 25,000. 1 doctor to 25,000 patients, which is really alarming. And we see the remuneration is also an issue. So we are trying to put on a torch to that. Let us try to work on the remuneration of health profession. Let us deploy interns. Currently, I think we have over 10,000 medical professionals who are not yet deployed as interns. So why don't we go back to the 6 pillars of the health systems and try to support them, the governance bit, the financing bit, the infrastructure bit, such that we are able to support this gap that exists and has existed for a very long time. So generally, that is what we do, extending, really trying to bridge healthcare disparities in access, but as well as equity with a huge bias in the deaf community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Senkole. I think that those are real innovations. I mean, the whole question of sign language in hospitals, now that you talk about it, then it becomes very clear that that's a gap that must be met. But, and consistently, that's what we mean when we say leave no one behind. And so you are spot on in terms of some of the things that you are doing to try and create that kind of reform. So we have used up all your time, and we don't want to say we are sorry, because as you know, you have learned a lot from the panelists. Can you give them a clap? Because what they've done is to help us to show the diversity of interventions that are going on and all that. And I hope you've written them down somewhere. And this is what we always say, that, you know, when the VNR is being produced, that's why civil society must have inputs. I know that there is this debate, should they write their own report? No, even if you don't write a report, at least these kinds of inputs can be very helpful for the country, for people to see what are the things which may even be small, but can be scaled up. Because scaling up is one of the things that we sort of want to see, especially if we are going to accelerate this whole SDG agenda. So I have a couple of points a couple of minutes just to hear if there is one or two people that want to say something. And after that, we shall have a small transition, and Chris will come and do the next steps and the other. So I see the lady here in the center. You give her a microphone right there. And then there is the gentleman right at the back there, at the risk of him not being seen. So those two first, and then we move on.
Thank you very much, panel. I see you're doing really great things. I just realized that all your work is contributing to the SDGs that are stagnated. Do you have any strategies in how we can move from stagnation to progress? And then the other is, I only had one panelist talking about involving the media. Apart from having them come and cover your events, how best are we involving the media? Because realize when we are doing SDG localization, the media is one of those that can help us, push this localization. So how are we involving the media other than just having them cover an event? Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Linda Asaba from the UN Association of Uganda.
Okay. Tell us how you are involving the media.
Thank you very much.
I think that will go to Save the Children because you are a media engagement person. So that's a good thing. Yes?
Thank you very much, the panel, for the insights. My name's Gerald Pade Auku, and I work with Transparency International Uganda. And my quick question goes to a lady, I forget her name, that works with Save the Children?
She's called Grace.
Grace, yes. You spoke about corruption, and what could be your honest view, especially in the implementation of goal 16, specifically on indicators that relate to corruption, considering the fact that currently Uganda scores 26 at the global level out of 100 countries. What is your honest view in the fight against corruption, bearing in mind that corruption, as you mentioned, as a big animal in the house, impacts the SDGs with specific indicators? Thank you very much.
Okay, but we have to be careful when somebody asks you what is your honest view. Do you have a dishonest view? I thought all views must be honest, but please.
Thank you.
But that man spoke before, but since he's from Nudipu, who am I? And he's my friend. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much yet again for this opportunity. I want to thank all the panelists for the good presentation. And if I did not come for this engagement today, I must note I would have missed a lot of information in regards to what partners are doing. I am so happy with what Jemba is doing. Jemba, the other side, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's called Dr. Jemba. Please
Sorry.
remember to call him doctor.
Sorry, Dr. Jemba.
A medical doctor.
Dr. Jemba Michael. I withdraw my first pronouncement. I am very happy with what you are doing, especially in fostering inclusive communication to the deaf community. That is uploaded. I just want to note to you that the government of Uganda committed in the Global Disability Summit of 2022 to review the service training package for health workers in the management of health conditions of persons with disabilities, and therein also included sign language. So your efforts in fostering inclusive communication for the deaf persons should be heightened with this recommendation, with this commitment, that the government of Uganda did commit the Global Disability Summit. So you are on a right track. And I want to encourage you, if you have not been doing so, to foster relationships with Uganda National Association of the Deaf. That is, in case you have not been engaging with them. Also foster relationships with UNASIL, Uganda National Association of Sign Language Interpreters. Your area is going to be well moved forward when you engage with those agencies. And then the other area is on confidentiality. This is the point, and this is in principle. The deaf person, you ask him whether he or she is free to use the available sign language interpreter, be it in a hospital or where, as the case may be. If he or she of using that sign language interpreter, then you can ask him or her to identify another sign language interpreter that he or she with. And when that happens, then the principle of confidentiality will not be breached. I wanted to make that clarification.
Okay.
And lastly,
David, you are now monopolizing my microphone.
Lastly is in the area of climate change, climate action. I want to thank the efforts of the Climate Change Action Uganda, and I want to assert vividly that this concept has not been appreciated by all persons, and my constituency, which I work for, also has been struggling with climate change adaptation. And this is the constituency of persons with disabilities. We recently engaged the Climate Action Network Uganda through your national coordinator to support training our organizations of persons on disability and climate change. And I personally confirmed to all these challenges when I visited Kiboga district, which was part of my geographical scope in the research, after doing a course on disability and climate change with the University of Exeter. Whatever has been talked about here, in the perspective of persons with disabilities, there is the lack of total inclusiveness by various actors when it comes to promoting disability inclusion in climate change interventions. So that is real. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Then he must have a conversation with you after this, because you can hear he never finishes when he talks about these topics. So have an additional conversation with him. Colleagues, we are now going to transit into another session that will be led by Chris. He will take a few hands, and after that you will be answering a few of the questions from the panel. The only change that will happen is my face will disappear from here, but Chris will be here to take on the other section. Thank you very much to the panel for giving me the opportunity to moderate you. And to all of you for allowing one face, but Chris, please come.
You didn't ask them to clap for me as I come up here. But yes, I'll try to fill Richard's shoes, and we'll take a few more hands, and then we will have final word from our panelists, and then we'll run a concluding session. So it's our expectation that we should be out of here by 1:30, and that will depend on how many hands we have to take. So let me see. Okay, so we have a lady at the back, and then we'll take the gentleman here, and then we'll come forward.
Thank you very much. I am Faith Lumonia, and I work with Akina Mama Africa under the Economic Justice and Climate Action Program. I have a question and a comment. I would like to hear from some of the panelists or people in the room, or perhaps the person from the SDG Secretariat, about the role of private sector. One of the things that happened when the SDGs were rolled out was the recognition or assumption that there was not sufficient financing to finance the delivery of the SDGs. And so then the role of the private sector was emphasized. And so even some of the concerns that have been raised in terms of, for instance, healthcare, education, it's really because of this direction that we decided to take. So I would like to hear perspective in that regard, and whether it's working or it's something that we really need to rethink. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman at the back.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abaho. My question goes to Madam Irene. I wanted to understand whether there are mechanisms that have been put in place for the citizenry to demand for accountabilities from the different MDAs that are charged with implementing certain objectives that they are assigned to. And also, is it possible that we have been able to do capacity building for our leaders at the local level, to the extent that they can demand for accountability from these MDAs? Because we are being told that different MDAs are actually assigned different objectives that they should be able to implement in regard to the full implementation of SDGs. However, these MDAs are actually not doing as much as budgets are assigned, but they're not doing as required. So are there those mechanisms? And also, what can we be able to do to build the capacity of our local leaders, such as councillors at the local level, at the district level, sub-county, such that they can always inculcate SDGs in their planning, budgeting, and implementation of SDGs? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a hand here. So let me see all the hands of people who want to speak, because I'll take one more round and then we'll close this session. So I'm going to give numbers, so remember your number. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Oh yes, there's another number 7. Yeah. So we'll conclude with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariana Kumu. I'm from the International Center for Transitional Justice. Thank you to all the panelists who, I think one of the key things that came up is the amount of data and evidence that's being provided by civil society organizations, I'm sure among even other partners in this room. But we know one of the key challenges we have is ensuring that this data is actually informing government strategy, government reports. So I'd really like to hear from you whether you have any best practices on how you've ensured that your data is actually being, taken on board, because we know government is usually very concerned with official government data and statistics, which usually come from the MDAs, and we know they also have capacity gaps and often are not able to see some of the, the cracks in between what they're measuring. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Number 2. Don't take your friend's number. Keep your number.
Thank you, Chris. Yes. Richard Hamba is my name. Just remind us from teens. And my question, of course, regards the cross-cutting SDG 11, where, of course, we look at the value of cities and communities where we settle. And the issue is, of course, that right now we are facing increasing urbanization, which affects our settlements, our livelihoods, our way, basically, we survive in these areas. And sometimes, of course, urban resilience. So the issue is that how are we integrating these particular SDGs in all other SDGs that we actually are undertaking. Otherwise, we cannot work in isolation alone, basically focusing on education, and that is it. We're focusing on probably renewable energy, and that is it. Somehow, in the urban sector, there must be an energy resilience strategy, because people also in the urban sector must survive, must cook, must heat, must light. When we're building our houses, are we providing eco-friendly housing facilities because of cost of the heating, because of climate change? So I want us to really rethink the approach of not focusing on one particular SDG, but are we planning integration? Are we going towards that side such that we see how we contribute to other SDGs, especially in the non-sector but program approach of development that we have adopted as Uganda? I thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alex Waiswa, coming from Uganda Disabled Women's Association. I want to thank all the panelists, but my question goes to Dr. Chiemba. Dr. Chiemba has explained well, and he has told us that infant and mortality rates have gone down, which is very good and very true. But then, and actually they have touched SGD number 3, which is about good health and well-being. But now, we are seeing acquired disability on rise, and this is as a result of road accidents, as Mr. Ali from Road Safety Initiative said earlier, and also due to non-communicable diseases. I want to inquire from Dr. Chiemba, what have you tried to do to see that these calm down, just like the infant and mortality rates have done?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4. Who is number 4? You don't forget your number and don't take your friend's number. Okay, let's go to number 5. Number 4 has forgotten.
Thank you, everyone over here, and appreciation to the panelists. I am Akena Julie Marshall from Gulu. I would like to thank Dr. Jemba for inviting me for this program. For a quick question to the panelists. After everything has been said and done, do we mean well to what we are doing? That is one question that we need to ponder and decipher upon. Secondly, we've all talked beautifully, and if we are to give credit, I think we all go for 10 over 10. But do we mean practical way? What are the practical ways to implement these issues that we are talking about? We've talked about if we are to handle forestry, protect our environment, use of renewable energy, stop the use of charcoal. Can the local community afford this renewable energy? Do we have the assessment process? I've been trained by elders in the society. There's what we call checklists in whatever we are doing. So if we are to evaluate ourselves, what is our checklist looking like going forward in implementing, popularizing, and putting these things forward, the SDGs. Okay. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm not working, I'm a young person and a graduate. My friend is Dr. Jemba, and he invited me all the way from Gulu to here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. Number 6. I think number 6 is Hood. We've agreed that not taking people's numbers. John, you are number 4.
I was 5.
You are 5, okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm Kaganga John from Tiana, working with Chikanda Environmental Association. First of all, I am seeking clarification on SDGs and the NDP. For me, I would think the localization and the popularization of SDGs is through NDP. I want to see the boundary, because in most cases I have been attending these meetings, such meetings. But when we are talking about SDGs, we don't relate more on national development plan. Whereas I thought it is a national development plan is a tool for government to deliver SDGs. But I am seeking clarification. Then two, as I commented, I participated in this SDG development. But it has been taken literally, and by saying SDG. But most of us, not everybody, doesn't know. There the catchword is S, sustainable.
Yeah.
Because there has been development, and the goal is a common, those are common words. But we are told whatever we are doing, whether you are eating, whether you are sitting, whether you are putting on the clothes, the way you are doing it must be sustainable. Then you are contributing to SDG. Last but not least, I would also like to, I'm seeking to, I'm seeking for advice, whereby we are facing a very big problem, especially with the youth. I have also youth. But this is, I think, a collective effort. We parents, the government, and other stakeholders. We have so many youth who are getting involved in non-profitable activities. Well, which means which contribute negatively to achieving SDG. What can we do as stakeholders, but mostly as government? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to the rule number 6.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Chris, I have 3 questions, one for Georgia, one for Save the Children, and if I'm allowed, also for Pascal. Georgia, thank you so much for all the work you're doing for women. I am called Edith Kagoya. I work with Site Savers. And Site Savers, we prevent avoidable blindness and promote the rights of people with disabilities. So I'm here because I want to learn how Forwardly is engaging with women with disabilities in all the 4 clusters, because they are all good, but how are you bringing women with disabilities? We all know that women with disabilities have a double disadvantage. How are you bringing them on board in those clusters? The other one is Save the Children. Thank you so much for what you're doing, working on inclusion of children with disabilities in schools. We all know that there is a gap in capacity of teachers in supporting children with disabilities within the mainstream. It could also be there is a gap even in the special schools. How is Save the Children supporting teacher capacity development in terms of special or inclusive education. As site savers, we've been working with Ministry of Education and Sports, more so the Department of Basic Education, Teacher Development, and Special Needs to design a continuous professional development package, which was launched last month and handed over to Ministry to be institutionalized. So we would want to know if there is a way you've been doing it. If not, then there is that package to, to build, to develop the teachers in inclusive education. The third question is to Pascal. I come in for on the side of eye health. We have been working with Ministry of Health in preventing avoidable blindness, more so with cataract surgeries. Of course, also we work in neglected tropical diseases, more so trachoma surgeries. But here, I just learned that eye health it does not have an indicator among the SDG reporting monitoring framework, which we are supposed to report on. As Uganda, Pascal, how are we going to report on the progress that we have made in eye health and the prevention more so of blindness? Yet we know that there was a meeting where eye health was reframed to be part of the areas that we should report on under SDG 3. So we would want to hear from you how Uganda is planning, because there is commendable work we've been doing with Ministry of Health, including the construction of an inclusive eye department at Moroto Regional Referral Hospital. So we want all this to come out and be clearly reflected in the progress that we have made towards the implementation of SDGs in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we had Hood, who is number 7, and the final person.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Hood Luboa from Oxfam, working on civic engagement and digital rights. Thank you everyone on the panel. Now, we live in the age of big data with a very fast-growing digital ecosystem. Now, in spite of all the challenges that faced, in the digital economies, I would like to know, in terms of climate and health, on whether we are working towards, leveraging on the existing digital tools and technologies that can really contribute to saving us some burdens that we are facing. Doctor, I understand that you talked about the issue of confidentiality that you grapple with, and one of the solutions you mentioned is to teach medical practitioners the language. But I don't know whether you're looking at the possibility of looking at the digital tools that are available, the deaf notes of this world that can aid you in that, and you will probably not have issues that have to do with confidentiality and third parties, and probably also saving medical practitioners resources and time. And I don't know, in terms of climate, whether we are also looking at that, utilizing tools like SolarN and Good On You, because I think if we do this, it will save us a lot of resources and time. So my question is in relation to whether we are looking at utilizing these tools.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Is there anyone who, if they do not speak, they will hate me? Okay. So I know only one person who has that capacity to hate me if they don't speak. So this gentleman here, and each one of you will have 30 seconds. So one, there's a lady at the back. Elizabeth, and then the gentleman here. And
Thank
if you have spoken, I will not give you another chance to speak.
Thank you, moderator. I will not hate you if I had not spoken, but let me say what I have to say. So COVID-19 had a lot of impact on development. I was wondering whether the Secretariat has had special consideration for the impact of COVID-19 during this, as part of the review of achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in the third VNR.
Okay.
This is important because as part of the guidelines on making VNRs, or the process, is what is the concept of building back better, which is taking stock of what COVID-19 COVID-19's impact on development. So it's critical that some kind of assessment or input is made in the VNR of what COVID-19 contributed to the development in Uganda. Thank you.
So there's the lady there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm called Peace Achama. I'm the Human Rights Program Analyst for UN Population Fund. My question is about looking at the human rights-based approach as an enabler, key enabler for implementation of SDGs. I'm concerned beyond just making noise to know key actions that are in place or strategies, as somebody had said, on areas of accountability. People are acting and something is taking place, not just making noise to know that I'm talking, but something is happening. To know there is non-discrimination, there's inclusiveness, meaningful participation and empowerment of various groups. Those strategies in place beyond just talking, are they there?
Thank you. There's a gentleman there, and then...
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Steven Twesije. I affiliate at Human Movement Uganda, where we are looking at solving and accelerating the SDGs, especially 7, 13, and 14. You would just to recall in early 2019, reports revealed how fishermen at Port Bell on Lake Victoria removed water hyacinths to address the case of the low fish quantities that were being harvested on Lake Victoria, where the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Husbandry, Honorable Vincent Bamurangakachi, by then, to the Minister of Water and Water Resources and Irrigation of Egypt to help them enable or support them to remove this weed. And just a few weeks after that, the weed had grown up already. And the fishermen were asking themselves, what was our... Anyway, they had a perspective in them that actually our efforts were put in vain. So in that, when you travel now to Lake Victoria now, basically on Lake or on Port Bell, you realize there is that invasive weed which is taking over the site, and you realize that the fishermen are complaining and that it is becoming a distract to their fishing.
Okay.
So, as Elders Movement Uganda, we come in here to say that, well, realizing that the government did its best on doing that, and now the fishermen are already crying out. We came to note that as 77% of the households in Kampala all depend on charcoal,
And here today we are saying we are looking at climate change, not realizing that actually the effects of climate change are being, are being done just around us. Even there is that silent action that is being not done. And
thank you.
So what are we calling now?
Thank you.
We are like saying that as the OPM, what do you have, or what take do you have for the young innovators who are looking at putting up this, coming up with a program that is actually going to help this, help remove these water hyacinths and then drive it into the renewable energy source in the way of achieving and accelerating and achieving the SDG 7, 13 and 14.
Right.
I thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to Grace and then we'll end right here.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, panelists, for the wonderful presentations from all of you. My name is Grace Mukwaya. I work with Platform for Labor Action, and I have 2 points. One is whether do we have any building blocks in place that will stay at the end of the SDGs that we will work on so that there is sustainability. Someone already alluded to sustainable development goals are mainly about sustainability. We've seen where we have a lot of improvement. Is there anything that we will use at the end of these new, at the end of the SDGs when we get the new ones to ensure that what we've achieved is sustained? Then the second one is more on to, do we have any indicators that ensures, for instance, when you look at the goal 8 on decent work and economic growth, these goals which ensure that these gains reach the common man? Because in reality, I thought, especially in labor and employment sector, that there were many issues coming up in the aftermath of COVID-19, even looking at the civil society where we are, people losing their job, externalization of labor. I thought we had a lot more issues to grapple with, but apparently we have a lot of improvement.
Yeah.
So do we have those indicators to show that they really reach the common man? Thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, the gentleman here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, the panelists, for the, the presentation. My name is Shaban Sarunkuma from the Global Consumer Center. My first question goes to you, can you? You made a presentation that touched around now about energy transition. We engage consumers on a regular basis, and we send out the message that they should be making choices that are sustainable. But then now you have a situation where if they have to transition to energy sources that are sustainable, like gas, for instance, for cooking, it's expensive. Some of them have even tried to move to transition, and then they have fallen back to charcoal because they realize that they made choices that could be sustained by their wallets.
Yeah.
So how, would you, be looking at this in terms of consumers making choices that they will stick by?
Okay.
And the other thing, and the other question goes to Pasco. You made a presentation and you looked at monitoring, and you observed that whereas we have flowery outcomes that are indicated in the reports, on the ground is different. How do we reconcile these two positions? Thank you.
Thank you. I knew that Raymond would put me in a very difficult position to choose between our friendship but just 30 seconds and then we conclude.
Apologies, Chair. I wanted to update but also comment what he mentioned in relation to climate and health digitalization. This is very imperative for us who are in the health sector. I wish to update the members here that as a government and stakeholders, Uganda, and emanating from the COP28 commitments that ministries endorsed the declaration, COP28 Dubai on climate and health. One of the elements was about declaration of the health sector, and one element on the NDCs was ensuring that the health sector comes up with the NAP, National Adaptation Plan. The Ministry of Health, funded by Rockefeller Federation, with the partners in health, they have developed what they call the health NAP. The health NAP is geared towards ensuring the health sector is climate resilient. So there have been consultations in relation to ensure that the health NAP is in force. The second cohort for consultation has been done. We're waiting for the third. So if you're interested in participating in the health and climate resilience country level processes, please work closely with the NGO Forum to ensure that we bring you on board, because all sectors must have a NAP. We have an agric NAP for agriculture. We have one for WASH. We are now developing for health sector, and I also here for energy. So it is imperative as sectors, our partners here, to participate in the ensuring that we have a health NAP. Secondly, last week we finalized the Water and Environment Week, and one of the areas that the ministry is looking at sectors, all partners must participate in the processes we're talking about here. So we work with the NGO Forum to that we participate in these processes with the team. So we're happy to share this information with you. Thank you.
Thank
Apologies,
you so
Chair,
much
for that hijack.
All right, so we are now going to the concluding session, and this is how we're going to do it. So all the issues that have been raised have been captured, and so we have a rapporteur who is putting together a report that we'll be sharing with the SDG Secretariat. But also, this is not the end of this conversation. The consultations on the VNR are actually continuing. So this is just one of those we decided to bring everyone together, but these conversations are going to continue, and our colleagues from the SDG Secretariat are here, have noted all the issues. So maybe it's not even for the panelists to respond, but maybe if there's something that you have to speak to, just your final comment on that. And then we'll ask Pascal Viarogaba to just also choose what he would like to respond to, or his final comment, perhaps a pledge on how we can get all these issues incorporated into the final report. So I'll just give each panelist, starting from Jemba, 2 minutes, and then we'll end with Kanyu. Over to you, Jemba.
Okay, thank you very much. There are quite a number of questions. I'll start with one, I forget the name, I think it was Dennis.
Just one second. Like I said, so you don't have to respond to the questions. They can remain outstanding issues for us to actually continue this conversation. Just 2 minutes for you to, what is pertaining for you that you need to be able to speak to now.
Okay, so generally, if I could put it in a broader sense, is we all have a thing that we need to do. SDGs are not an alien thought, are not something big that only moves around in the SC rooms. It is something, it is your way of living. When you wake up, wash your face, eat. So how you eat, how you sleep, how you work, it is part of you. Let us try to avoid externalizing the entire concept of SDGs, but be part of the journey on how we implement it in our personal lives, but also in the lives of those people that we represent all push for. And as civil society organizations, let us push for partnerships. Let us push for collaborations that are synergistic to achieve the certain goals that we are pushing for or looking forward to achieving. Thank you.
Thank you, Jemba. Grace?
All right, so I think adding to what my colleague has said, I think there is need for us to embed SDGs in our work going forward. As we have all realized, we have different contribution factors and areas that we need to leverage on. But for me, my ask is, what can we do in terms of way forward? How all this comes together to inform progress in terms of accountability towards SDGs. As Save the Children, we are currently reviewing our strategy, because 2030 is really around the corner. Our strategy to accelerate progress in what we are doing. So again, going back to rethink on what we need to do and act jointly. We must come together really to accelerate progress towards the SDGs.
Thank you. Georgia.
Thank you very much, everyone. That was a specific question to me from Edith, Site Savers, and I'm also going to interest you in joining the Uganda Gender Consortium, Edith. So we are engaging women with disabilities through conducting inclusive meetings. This is in terms of access and participation. What are the venues like? And in a meeting like this, we'll have sign language interpreters, but also have budgets for inclusion. So if a person with a disability needs to move with an aid, then we ensure that there's also meals and transport refund if necessary for that person. That also goes beyond women with disabilities, but also because we know that there's a lot of unpaid care work or gender roles that keep women on the periphery of decision making. So we ensure that even when you are a breastfeeding or nursing mother, for example, you do not miss out on a meeting like this. You come and attend it alongside your babysitter. So we forward meetings are like that. The other thing we do is we work with groups of women with disabilities at the grassroots. They are actually organized when you go to the different communities. And so it's about working with them and understanding what their needs are. We had Nuwodu as a very close member of the Uganda Gender Consortium. Unfortunately, right now they are not functional as they are going through a phase, and I hope they come out of it successful. We are also continuously educating ourselves about inclusion and what it's like. So we do not just assume that because this person has this disability, then this is what they need. We are also, something that no one has talked about today, but mental health issues right now are on the rise. And they affect almost everyone, but I also want to say the highest rate of suicide in Africa and in Uganda is actually among men. That is something that no one talks about, but when it's because Chris is looking at me under the cloak, but when you analyze, it's the pressures of society that are actually patriarchal are also detrimental to men. So that is something that is happening. Thank you very much, my friend, and I keep saying for me, you're my uncle from Mitiana, about talking about sustainability. In a bid to ensure that we have sustainability, about the work that we do, because we are mostly donor dependent, the women of Uganda are coming together to build the Imara Women's Center. I don't know whether some of you have heard about it, but the Imara Women's Center is going to be a hub of incubation for women, for girls, and any other person who is usually excluded from processes. So I invite you really to visit the Forward website so that you can read more about the Imara Women's Center. But when I think sustainability, that is what I quickly think about. Now, you talked also about how SDGs are aligned to the national development plans. One of the best practices actually is that Uganda was among the very first countries to align SDGs to national planning and implementation frameworks. However, the question is now about our reporting. You remember that the SDGs came to continue the work of the Millennium Development Goals. And with the Millennium Development Goals, we performed, I think, what, 33%? Now, we are being ranked, and our performance is above 50% in the SDGs, right? But you remember the SDGs are aligned to the National Development Plan 3. And yet, last week, the National Planning Authority said that we were at 17% implementing NDP 3. Now, if the SDGs are aligned to NDP 3, how can the SDGs be about 53% and yet NDP 3 is at 17? Like it's not even close at all. So the SDG Secretariat, I know that you do not implement, but since the implementing partners and MDAs are not here, I just want to call on truthful and honest reporting. Let us call a spade a spade. If it is 17% actually, let us say that is where we are. Because if we know the truth of the matter, then we are going to be able to come up with solutions, you know, that can tackle the problem. My friend from Teens has gone out of the room. But SDG 11, we are totally off track when it comes to sustainable cities and communities. Completely off track when it comes to no poverty. And we know that poverty is very disempowering and disproportionately affects women the most. And so unless we become truthful, unless we look at the way we spend money, because we are over 50-something, my sister from ISA may know best, we are over 50, yeah, it's 96, sorry, I was underreporting, and yet I just talked about being truthful. 96.1 trillion in debt, and this is because of graft. If we spent our money right, planned better, budgeted better, and put out money to the most critical areas without awarding unnecessary service commissions to different people, we would be able to meet the 2030 agenda. I'm afraid that we are not going to be able to do that. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgia. And you should know that the advert on the Imara Center was duly paid for. So please visit the Forward website, buy the merchandise, and contribute. Chukumi chukumi, we can build the Imara Center. So now let's go to Irene.
All right, thank you. A couple of questions. Of course, I will not respond to all of them, but one on adoption of civil society data, because citizen-generated data is really key, and like we've all shared in this room, there's a lot that we're doing. As World Vision, one of the actions we are undertaking currently is to get our citizen voice and action data accredited with UBOS. And some of you here must be knowing already that UBOS has opened up that space for us to work with them to get our data accredited. So that is an opportunity that all of us can seize and take on. The other one is about working with the private sector. As World Vision Uganda, we are working closely with the private sector. For example, we've received funding from Absa Bank and constructed a building in classroom blocks in West Nile. And just last week, they had a run, run for her, and we're mobilizing resources towards educating the girl child. So there's still opportunity, there's room for us to work with the private sector through their social corporate responsibility interventions. The other one that I could quickly respond to in terms about mechanisms and structures when it comes to questions of accountability, I think we have to appreciate that in this country, we have drawn back. As citizens, we have drawn back, and the Human Capital Development Report, Human Index Report, sorry, the Human Development Index Report recently was clearly showing that about 2/3 of Uganda's population did not feel like they actually influence decisions in government, and that is a big issue where we think we have, we've let go and we are not really concerned, or, I mean, Chris was talking about the civic space and everything that's going on in this country. And it creates a very, very difficult place for us to be in, because then questions of accountability, questions of effective resource management really come into play. But the structures are there, they're in place from both the technical wing and political wing of government. We have these structures, even the mechanisms are there. But it looks like we have withdrawn, and we reached that point where we're saying, no, let things go as they so wish. But I'm hoping and praying that we can still be able to realize that as citizens, we hold the hand right from the powers entrusted to us in the Constitution. Just to quickly talk about the point where she said, we are all working on SDGs which are actually stagnated. That is ironical, yet we seem to be doing a lot as civil society. I think one of the key things that we need to do is to press and engage government to invest more in the social sectors, because countries like Singapore, Korea were able to develop as a result of investing in human capital development. And think until we do that, we'll continue to have these strategies and plans, and we'll talk about the same thing over and over again.
Finally,
Again, another game changer for me, which I'll still continue to emphasize, is mindset change. We have to work to change the mindset of our people, of the communities we work with. And this is just a quick ask from me to the NGO Forum and the SDG Secretariat. To be very honest, there is a lot that civil society is doing. I think it's important that we find a way of collecting all this data and information, not just to inform the VNR process, but for us to also make a case before government in terms of our contribution to development in this country.
Thank you. Alana?
Yes, I want to conclude. When you talk about the private sector, we must remember COVID-19. When our public health facilities had no drugs and the private hospitals asked us to deposit land titles, to date, we are in court over this. They hold people and detain them hostage for not having money. So I was very glad to hear Faith ask, because I think part of government's role, even from a rights-based perspective, something which you have legal commitments to, forget the SDGs, you must regulate the private sector. And the private sector, as part of realizing the SDGs, should not be undertaking efforts like this that undermine SDGs. And that's why when we talk about sustainability, it is very important. And I hear politicians say this yesterday, we must leave the public health system. Then when the SDGs and the other funds are over, where are people going to go? Invest in the public services. And as citizens, we must demand accountability. Right now, there's a team training, for example, school management committees on some of these. Are you engaging them at that level? But also courts of law, and I'm glad SDG 16 is coming up. ISA litigates. When you talk about the persons with hearing disabilities lacking access to healthcare, we took government to the Constitutional Court in 2017, together with UNAD. They only gave us a decision 5 years later, in 2023. What had happened in 5 years? COVID-19 came. In 2017, we were telling them they're not getting access to HIV information. COVID-19 came, again they were being excluded, an afterthought. And so we must begin to use some of these mechanisms to demand accountability. And the justice institutions, because a right without a remedy is useless, people will violate it all the time, must ensure there's adequate access to justice. And finally, on digital systems, which is great, we must make sure we don't create a problem. We are seeing that when moving to digital ID and requiring national ID, our older persons that lack national ID are not able to get social protection. They are talking about exclusion in healthcare and education. We even have a case in the High Court specifically on this. And the UN Special Rapporteur, for example, on poverty, particularly faulted Uganda and said when you bring these systems, they can't be used to exclude from public services. And so as we work towards goal, the one on digital ID is SDG 16.9, we must make sure digital systems are not going to perpetuate discrimination. Thank you.
And finally, Adrian.
Thank you very much. I'll just respond to issues raised about alternative energy, and there were questions raised from Gulu and from a certain gentleman I forget. Can communities afford renewable energy? I know this is a process. It is a gradual process. I'll just give you a very simple story. In 1985, my dad took me to a petrol station to line for kerosene. I will not forget that dress and the way I looked like from 6 a.m. up to midday, and I couldn't get the paraffin. We went home and were sleeping in a dark house. But at the moment, I've even forgotten the smell of paraffin, meaning that communities are now transiting gradually. When you go to some of these villages, you find most of the houses actually have solar. It might not be so big, but at least there's a simple solar. So I believe this is a gradual process. I refer you to the Energy Transition Plan of Uganda. Please take initiative to go and read and see what the country has in place for us. So maybe what we can advocate for is to reduce the taxes on some of these technologies like gas. I believe gas is also gradually increasing because now you see a number of outlets in towns. Gas is at least being adopted, not at a high rate, but we see progress. And lastly, I'll talk about utilizing digital tools. I know CANU and other members who are involved in tree planting, they have apps to map the trees that are planted. So I request whoever is interested in tree planting can download some of those apps so that you can map your tree and you actually monitor its progress. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to the panel. And now, we have Pascal. Pascal is representing the Prime Minister, the head of the SDG Secretariat, the whole of government, and so you have so many questions. And I know that the best you can do is to give us reassurances and also invite us to how we can contribute to the process, the VNR process. So please, just take a few minutes to wrap this up for us.
Thank you very much, first of all, our panelists for very, very good views and insights. I've also learned a number of things from you and what your organization is actually doing. So thank you very much. In terms of, I already requested NGO Forum to facilitate policy dialogues moving forward. Because, like I said, the constituency of the CSOs is too big, and you actually very many. And so we have to have this organized. And I remember in our SDG progress report of 2021, one of the things we were looking forward to do, even in our SDG roadmap, is creating what you'd call like communities of practice for the SDGs. I know you're already clustered under the CSO core reference group on the SDGs, but let's make it functional, because at the government side it is not really pulling out. For instance, say for Ministry of Water, SDG 6, I know it's working. That's why, for instance, all partners in water sector have been participating in the Water Week. So if we could have these clusters or thematic groups, then we could have policy dialogues in that manner. And it would also be important. Alana said you have authored an analysis of SDG 4. Would love to have that report. And if there are other partners that have done that kind of analysis, would love to have all those reports because they are very important. We actually even struggle when we are writing these SDG progress reports. Yes, so if we could have that report and many other reports on the other SDGs, it's very important. Then I would also want to request that let's also work with the MDAs or ministries that are mandated to support us, or the ministries you're actually supporting. This is very important, just one, because if you look at SDG 3, the health sector, even in terms of data, it's a bit more organized because the partners are working with Ministry of Health. I know we are talking about the CGD, the Citizen Generated Data Toolkit by UBOS. But one of the challenges raised with UBOS is that toolkit won't work if UBOS, for instance, and partners want to work with UBOS. If UBOS says, you partners, World Vision, you submit these reports and data to us, it won't work. What will work is if you work and support the ministry that you are supporting, the thematic area that you're supporting, because then that has direct results, because we still struggle. Save the Children, all of you guys have been talking about education, but in education, we don't even have data and statistics on education, on enrollment. Just imagine that kind of output data we don't have. But we have Save the Children and World Vision, and you are very comfortable. Minister of Education, if you went there now and you're asking about enrollment, they will tell you they want to do a survey. Isn't that surprising? Are you comfortable as a partner? So why don't you come together as partners, CSOs, and support the Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education, and ensure they have functional administrative data systems like Ministry of Health has DHIS. So I think for me it is very important to have that come through. Then I have SDGs and NDP3. Irene and someone who commented, the difference, the NDP is aligned to the SDGs, but the difference comes in here, that when we are measuring progress, we use indicators, unfortunately. And the SDGs, we have 231 indicators, 201 applicable to Uganda. NDP3, we have 4,746 indicators. You know what that means. And for NDP3, it came at a time when government was already looking at eradicating or removing sectoral approach into programmatic approach. So most of these MDAs that are under the 20 programs were not even sure about which indicator they are responsible for. So when you look at NDP3 midterm, the issue is not about implementation. The issue is about the ability to measure what you've been able to do. And you measure using these indicators, the 4,700 indicators. But do you have a system that where you're able to pick this data from? The systems are not there. So in terms of programmatic implementation, yes, it was done. It has been done well. But in terms of actual measurement, that's where we are at 17.6%. So that's where the difference comes. And for the SDGs, we definitely use SDG indicators. When you look at health sector, those of you who know HMIS, it has over 100 indicators. When you look at malaria, HIV, TB, all community health indicators, and so on. But for SDGs, we only have 26 indicators, which we used to measure. So that's why we're at 55. The other one, we're at 17%. Then, as I want to conclude, because I thought I would respond, in the first batch, I know Patrick had asked about SDG localization guideline. This will be launched during the SDG conference in June. Safi had talked about inclusion of young people. Yes, I think an effort has been made, and this is an effort of everybody. And we would also request all of us, the government, the CSOs, all the development partners, also help mindset change, what you're talking about. Or even our young people need mindset change. They usually ask how they come in big meetings and they are given a microphone. The question they are asking, how are young people included? Yes, it's a good question, but I mean, just think about it. Kasozi Mulindwa had asked about the breakdown of the handbook, the VNR handbook. I think, Onesimus, this is something we can do, because I know you're working on the flyer. Alana talked about financing, and that is very important. You recall in the conference last year, we brought here Professor Geoffrey Sachs. Yeah. Some of you attended in the conference last year. But we also followed up with him. We had the meetings with him in New York, and eventually was invited by the Prime Minister and was recently here. One of the biggest challenges, if someone asked me why we are stagnating as a country on the SDG, is basically financing. Yes, someone will argue, are we putting the resources in the right places and so on? Yes, but the biggest question is that we don't have enough resources. But when it comes to, for instance, the issues of debt, you all heard about Professor Geoffrey Sachs' recommendations, long-term financing. Credit rating for countries like Uganda are very bad, and therefore our interest rates are usually very high. If you get $10 million, you are paying 12%, USA is paying 2%, because the credit rating agency is a US-based institution. Okay. So those are the basic challenges, but also we are getting short-term financing for long-term projects. You want to change education sector. This, of course, like Professor Geoffrey Sachs was saying, it requires at least 20 to 25 years. But the loan you are getting, you are supposed to start paying within 5 years, interest, and so it becomes a bit difficult. Then private sector, we have the SDG private sector platform, and we are currently engaging with the CEO Summit on the role of the private sector. And the private sector, every stakeholder in Uganda is not doing well. There is no stakeholder that is doing better than government. That I can honestly tell you. For us CSOs, we can say we are doing better than the government, but we are not doing better than government. If they asked you about the data you have as CSOs where you do work, interventions, and we say NGO Forum, give us data on the CSOs where they are operating from, who they are helping, how many have benefited from this intervention. I don't know if that can come through vividly. Like you'd want Office of the Prime Minister tell you what all local governments are doing. I am not defending this, but what I'm trying to say that we are all not doing well. We are not yet there, all of us, including the private sector. So we've come together with the CEO Summit and PSF Youth, see how do we address the role of the private sector in SDG implementation. Employment, verbal employment in hotels, in many of the institutions that are private sector. It's a very serious issue, and you're talking about economic growth and decent work on SDG 8. So there are very many issues. Then lastly, someone mentioned about data, digital transformation, digital technology, and the SDG 14, but he was also talking about digital something. The reason I was also recommending that let's make an effort as partners to work with ministries. These ministries have come up with so many frameworks, very many policies. Last year, Minister of ICT came up with the digital transformation strategy. Now they are coming up with the data management strategy for the government of Uganda. So let's take advantage. Under the Office of the President, Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, they have research and innovation grants. All this is up for grabs. So let's know what government is doing. I know it's a challenge for government to communicate what it is doing, but also let's make an effort to seek and work directly with the ministries that are mandated to support us. For me, that is the core. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pascal. Would you please give Pascal a big round of applause? And you know, on the question of financing and debt, I think Georgia said if we stopped stealing the money we have, we would have enough money to invest where we need to invest. So if you're packing your bags to leave, just give us a few minutes so that we do this. One, I'll just share with you a few next steps and some of the things that we can do as a collective, and then I will lead a clapping session and we'll conclude. Firstly, this conversation is just the beginning. We thought we would have this dialogue with a lot of civil society organizations and the Office of the Prime Minister to just share perspective on some of the issues that we need to be able to now go and do more work on. And so we will be convening other dialogues, and I know that we have received apologies from the Prime Minister herself and the office in general, and we're going to organize another meeting to actually make sure that we have the Prime Minister. Hopefully we also have the PS, the OPM, and we also have all the people from the SDG Secretariat. So we want to make sure that we have them in the room when we are sharing these perspectives. Now, most of the organizations in the room committed to doing citizens consultations, which are contributing to the VNR. I know that we shared an email where we are inviting you to actually put specific dates, because the OPM and the SDG Secretariat and the consultants are interested in participating on their own cost. So you do not have to pay them to come and participate. They will come and participate in those conversations if you actually share the dates early enough so that they prepare. And if they're organized also early enough in the, I think next month. So we invite you to share that information directly with Pascal and Onesimus, or you can even share it with us and we'll be able to pass this on. We also committed to be doing thematic issues papers and data reports. And we already had, ISA has a report. And so this report has to be shared with the SDG Secretariat, with the consultants, so that we can see the data that we have. There are some of you who have resources to actually do thematic reports, and we're inviting you, please do that. Let's have those reports. Let's convene conversations like this to validate and discuss those issues and make sure that the consultants that are writing the report and the SDG Secretariat are in the room. Now, there's this whole conversation about the CSO contribution, and it's really, really valid. I know for a fact that World Vision is building classroom blocks. Save the Children is actually supporting vulnerable children with cash. And they're also building schools. But we are not quantifying this. And sometimes we invite the Prime Minister to open the blocks and they go away. So we are actually inviting ourselves to start doing this quantification and writing what we are contributing. And as the NGO Forum, we're actually thinking of doing a short report on what civil society has done since 2015. The campaigns that we have run, the things that we have done that directly contribute to the implementation of SDGs. So we are inviting you to share this information. And hopefully we'll get the right person to write this report, because we might not be able to write it ourselves. So if you're here and you think you can actually, you have information, expertise, and just check with, share your information with Andrew. We will reach out to you to see if you can you're the best person positioned to write this report, because it will take a short time for you to collect the data, and also a short time to put this report together. And we want to make sure this report is ready by the time these guys are concluding the VNR report. Now, we will be discussing with the SDG Secretariat once they have the draft report of the VNR to convene a dialogue like this so that we can validate it. And this is why it is very important. It's possible there's information that, now we've been talking about data 5317, that might be misleading. So maybe it requires additional analytical information. So we'll be discussing with the SDG Secretariat whether we can have another dialogue in a room like this where they present the report, and the only thing we do is to discuss that report so that it is, and like Pascal and Richard said, this is a report for Uganda. It's not a report for the government of Uganda, to make sure that our voices are also reflected in that report. Finally, we will be inviting you for a few small meetings, consultations across the regions, even here in Kampala, and all this in an effort to make sure that our voices are actually heard. And so we'd like to thank you so much for coming for this particular meeting, and I'd like to invite you to actually give yourselves a big round of applause for your availability. I would like to thank the panel, and we purposefully selected the panel, made sure that they are majority women, but also we have a very, young, brilliant person to balance it out. And I was just whispering to Pascal, if we had a panel of only men and one young woman, would be, would be criticized. But this was deliberate. So really want to thank you so much for joining us, and I would like to invite you to clap for them. We also want to thank our partners, of course, the SDG Secretariat, and Onesmus and Pascal, who are representing the SDG Secretariat. Thank you so much, really, for helping us put this together and for your commitment to be here. And I know, government, the Prime Minister can be called by the President on last minute, and we are told that's what almost happened. And so she didn't make it. So, but we had gotten commitment from the top leadership of the OPM to be here, so we really thank you so much for availing yourselves, and I'd like to invite you to clap for them as well. Putting together these meetings is not easy. So there are people who do incredible work to make sure that the lighting is perfect, that you guys look good when you're there, and they take the beautiful pictures that you're seeing. So I'd like to thank the NGO Forum staff that are doing this, Elizabeth, Emmanuel, Andrew, and Juliet, who have helped put this together. So thank you so much for your commitment to this. And then finally, our development partners, we have done this with support from the European Union and our partners for us, which is a global network for civil society. And of course, as you can see on the logo, the government of Uganda. So I'd like to invite you to thank them for doing this. Now, we have come to the end of this dialogue, and we have lunch served for everyone. So please do not leave it with us. So lunch is going to be, I'm told, in the basement on this particular block, which is, so when you go to the elevator, you just click B, and if you're healthy enough, go up to the last staircase. That's where the lunch is going to be. So thank you so much, and looking forward to engaging with you more in our next engagements. Thank you.